Of course you can.
Good afternoon. Yeah, let us start now. We should be starting now on the side event that we are having now. We will be looking at the state of climate in Africa, as well as the hazards, trends, and impacts, and how Africa is being affected. So today's session, colleagues, if we can sit down, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can we sit down? Can we have our seats so we can start? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can we have our seats, please? Can we have our seats, please? We want to start. Please. Yeah, so I was saying that you're all welcome to this event, another very important event that we're having. For your proper listening and participation, we have translation, interpretation, French and English. You can obtain some equipment here if you need some hearing and speaking aids. And our session will be like this. We'll first start with the high-level opening, where His Excellency Professor Marimutu, the Secretary General of the Indian Ocean Commission, will be giving his remarks. And from there, we'll be coming to the technical session. I'll be inviting my colleague, Sage, to take over and moderate the technical session. In the middle of the session, Her Excellency Madame Yosefa Commissioner, Yosefa Sako, will be joining us from the African Union Commission. She's in another meeting. And when she joins us, she'll be giving her talking points, giving us some remarks. So for now, may I invite the high table. Your Excellency first, you may have the floor there. You may sit there. Yeah. There. And then your Dr. Andre Kamga, Director General Ahmad, you have your seat, the third one from there. The other one. No, sir, that other one. Dr. Kamga, that's it, yeah. And these are the high-level people we're having now. And then we have Côte d'Ivoire, your seat, that side. And then Madagascar here. This is your seat, sir. And then Madagascar. So at this point in time, allow me, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Professor Velaidu Marimutu, the Secretary General of the Indian Ocean Commission, to give us his remarks as we open this session. Your Excellency, you have the floor, sir.
Madame Josefa Sako, commissaire de l'Union africaine en charge de l'agriculture, du développement rural, de l'économie bleue et de l'environnement durable, Monsieur le ministre de l'Environnement de la République de Maurice, Madame la gouverneure de la Grande Comore, honorables ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des États membres de l'Union africaine, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des organisations internationales et régionales, des institutions africaines et des partenaires, Mesdames, Messieurs. Pour notre commission de l'océan Indien, seule organisation régionale d'Afrique composée exclusivement d'îles, il est important de pouvoir prendre la parole à un forum tel que la COP27 et de partager des temps de dialogue avec la Commission de l'Union africaine et les partenaires internationaux. Nos îles sont les îles sentinelles de l'Afrique. Elles sont en première ligne de certains effets du dérèglement climatique. En effet, l'India-Océanie, c'est ainsi que nous nommons notre région du sud-ouest de l'océan Indien, est la troisième région du monde la plus exposée aux risques naturels. La dernière saison cyclonique en donne un aperçu. La seule grande île de Madagascar a été traversée par 4 cyclones qui ont engendré des pertes humaines et matérielles importantes. À travers ces projets et le soutien de ses partenaires au développement, la COI est pleinement engagée en soutien à ses États membres pour renforcer la résilience climatique régionale. C'est un chantier de longue haleine qui oblige à une approche holistique qui lie science et technologie, innovation et formation, équipement et échange, diplomatie et engagement citoyen. D'ailleurs, il était important que nous puissions soutenir concrètement nos États membres pour cette COP27. Ainsi, grâce au volet régional du projet intra-ACP de l'Alliance mondiale contre le changement climatique plus, nous avons soutenu la participation de délégués de nos pays pour les négociations qui aboutiront, nous le souhaitons, à des avancées nouvelles en matière de financement, de transfert de technologies, de mobilisation de la science et de concrétisation de nouveaux cadres comme pour les pertes et préjudices. Mesdames et Messieurs, nous savons tous ici combien notre continent est particulièrement touché par le dérèglement climatique. Et pour relever ce défi multiforme, il nous faut agir sur tous les fronts. Les organisations régionales, comme la Commission de l'océan Indien, ont un rôle important à jouer pour identifier les causes et porter des solutions collectives à l'échelle sous-régionale. Je vous disais que nous nous efforçons d'inclure l'innovation, la science et la formation au cœur de l'action collective. Permettez-moi de vous en donner un exemple. Notre projet Brio, soutenu par l'AFD à travers sa facilité adaptation, vise à développer des projections climatiques haute résolution qui décriront le climat de la région jusqu'à l'horizon 2100. Ce modèle climatique permettra de dégager des tendances à long terme sur la température, la pluviométrie et l'activité cyclonique dans la région. Les résultats de ces simulations permettront aux États et aussi aux institutions et entreprises qui en ont besoin d'appréhender les implications du dérèglement climatique dans les secteurs clés, notamment la santé humaine et animale, les réserves en eau, l'érosion des sols, les risques naturels et autres. C'est dans le même esprit que nous allons bientôt démarrer les activités du programme Hydromet, soutenu par l'Agence française de développement, l'Union européenne, à travers le programme intra-ACP CLIMSA de l'OEACP et le Fonds vert pour le climat. C'est un projet complémentaire à l'initiative CRUISE et en cohérence avec CLIMSA et le projet GMES et Afrique. Notre programme Hydromet vise à doter nos îles d'instruments et de compétences pour améliorer les capacités de prévision météorologique et plus encore pour que les administrations publiques soient en mesure de proposer d'authentiques services climatiques utiles à la prise de décision dans plusieurs secteurs de l'économie. Ce programme permettra également de renforcer le système d'alerte principalement en partageant les informations, en améliorant le système régional d'alerte précoce et en mettant en réseau les institutions de gestion des catastrophes, les services hydrométéorologiques, les institutions océanographiques et aussi les secteurs clés. À ces projets de prévision météorologique et du service climatique s'ajoute une action en matière de réduction des risques de catastrophes et de renforcement de la réponse avec le soutien financier de l'Union européenne et la collaboration de la PIROA et de l'UNDRR. Il s'agit ici de renforcer les capacités de prévention et de gestion des situations de risque de catastrophe, de mobiliser aussi la solidarité régionale en partenariat avec la plateforme d'intervention régionale de la Croix-Rouge. Mesdames, Messieurs, permettez-moi d'insister sur un élément crucial pour bâtir la résilience, diminuer les impacts socio-économiques du dérèglement climatique ou développer des capacités de prévention, de prévision et de gestion. C'est bien entendu de la formation que je parle. C'est un besoin fondamental dans tous nos pays d'Afrique. Il faut former la jeunesse, offrir des opportunités d'emploi en phase avec les défis climatiques, énergétiques et environnementaux, les nouvelles tendances socio-économiques et l'aspiration au bien-être de nos populations. Ou autrement dit, des opportunités en phase avec le devenir du monde. Plus de 60% des métiers de demain n'existent pas aujourd'hui et il ne fait aucun doute que les emplois climatiques constitueront une part importante de ces métiers. L'investissement, c'est maintenant qu'il faut le consentir. Il y a urgence et pour cause, il faut près de 20 ans pour former des ingénieurs. L'investissement est conséquent, mais les gains sont assurés et importants. Ils sont même vitaux. L'investissement doit aussi porter sur les infrastructures critiques et sur de nouvelles manières de construire, produire, consommer, aménager. Les risques naturels sont plus importants. On redoute des phénomènes plus intenses comme les cyclones, les pluies diluviennes ou les sécheresses. L'investissement que les pouvoirs publics doivent consentir avec le soutien des partenaires internationaux doit viser à réduire les risques de catastrophes, à restaurer les services écosystémiques, à préserver des milieux naturels, à diffuser des nouvelles manières d'occuper le territoire dans le respect des équilibres écologiques, car les écosystèmes sont source de résilience. Il me semble que l'approfondissement de la démocratie, que le renforcement des institutions et l'implication effective des populations, notamment des jeunes, contribueront à renforcer la résilience de nos pays. Il est question d'éducation, il est question de confiance dans les institutions du pays, de capacité à intégrer les populations dans la prévention et la gestion des risques, de capacité à mobiliser les institutions, les partenaires publics et privés dans des dynamiques vertueuses de construction. Mesdames, Messieurs, le défi climatique dans nos îles est aussi le vôtre. Ubuntu, c'est le temps de l'Ubuntu. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for these opening remarks. I think for now we may want you to come and be here. We leave the technical people here. Colleagues, African colleagues are here. We have a vision as Africans, as His Excellency has just said. We know where we want to be in 2063. And one of the things that has been identified as a challenge to us reaching that goal is the issue of climate change. We are here today to understand how is this climate change affecting us, and how can we welcome, Your Excellency. Yeah. Welcome, Your Excellency, Ambassador Joseph Asako, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment from the African Union Commission. I was saying that we have a challenge, and now we are privileged to have the Commissioner here that has just come in time to give us an opening address for this meeting. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Jolly, for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, every one of you. Apology for the delay because I was attending another side event. Today is Gender Day, Women Day, so we are really here and there. The agenda is very busy. Excellencies, Honorable Minister present here, distinguished participants, the audience, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. So I would like to first of all welcome you in this side event and thank you for your attendance, because this is a very important issue that we need to really address globally, and we cannot work together alone. We have to work together, because when we work together, we go further. So Africa's recent adoption of critical climate-related framework has created an exciting opportunity to build resilience across all development sectors of our continent. The Integrated African Strategy on Meteorology, Weather and Climate Services, the African Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy, the Blue Economy Strategy, and the African Regional Strategy on Disaster Risk Reduction are some of the notable framework that we developed at the African Union Commission. So we are very dynamic in this climate action. Taken together, the frameworks respond to both African and global development instruments and mechanisms, including the Africa Agenda 2063, because they are all aligned with this agenda. We use our agenda as a baseline to develop our policies and strategy so that we can comply of the decision of our head of states. And we also work with our RECs together to develop all these tools that I just mentioned. So, and it's also aligned with the Sustainable Development Goal, because this is our global agenda, the Agenda 2030. So we need all of us to be on the same line. We are not here to invent the wheel. The wheel is there. It's just to drive or build from those existing initiative or agenda for us to implement. We are not here for talk meetings. We are here to showcase, because if we look how many years is remaining for us to get to attain the goal of 2030 agenda. We are in 2022, roughly 7 years, let me say. So we have to speed up our ambition in different programs on all the goals, or the 18 goals of SDG that we have, and also the 7 aspirations of the African Union agenda, the Agenda 2063. The Paris Agreement on the climate change is another issue, because we are here in a forum of environment. So the Paris Agreement should be also one of our priority for us to speed up climate action. We have small island developing states accelerated modalities of action. We have the global framework for climate services, and we have the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, to mention just those roadmaps that can guide us to really start implementing all these frameworks that we have globally at regional level, Africa, and at the global level. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate-informed decision-making remain critical for effective climate action at all levels, including at the individual level. Rightly, the Glasgow Climate Pact recognizes the importance of the best available science for effective climate action and policy making. The focus of the African continent in this regard has been to deliver climate action that addresses the needs of all its member states, including the African Small Island Development State, the SEEDs, which remain a special case for sustainable development in view of their unique and particular vulnerability. Evidence strongly supports climate services for effective climate action. The 2019 joint WMO and FAO analysis of NDCs reveal that in the area of agriculture and food security, 85% of countries identified climate services as a fundamental element for planning and decision making. B, as of 2019, 96% of African countries highlighted the importance of climate service in their NDCs. C, institutions such as WMO, World Bank, USAID, FAO estimates that improved weather, climate, water observation, and forecasting could lead up to $30 million US per year in increased global productivity, and up to $2 billion per year to reduce asset losses. The benefit cost ratio are estimated to be in the order of 10 to 1, and in some cases even higher than this. The World Meteorological Organization indicates that the benefit of investing in the hydrometeorological system outweighs the cost of about 80 to 1. This is why the highest political leadership of the African Union adopted frameworks for enhancing generation and the delivery of reliance weather, water, and climate services on the continent for the benefit of all. I am pleased to inform you that the recent adopted African Union framework, particularly the Integrated African Strategy of Meteorology, Weather and Climate Services, presents a continent-wide hydrometeorological program with the aim to deliver climate services for all areas, including agriculture, aviation, DDR, infrastructure, marine, early warning, climate resilience, climate change adaptation and mitigation. The African Union Commission is grateful to the European Union for the financial support through the European Development Fund and technical support through the European Commission Joint Research Center in the implementation of the intra-ACP climate services and related application CLIMSAM program, which implements the integrated African strategy of meteorology, weather and climate services in line with the Agenda 2063. The CLIMSA program fosters sustainable development through strengthening the entire climate services value chain in African countries. The African Union Commission also the African Union Commission also appreciates the strong collaboration with other partners, including the Organization of Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific States, the WMO, and the European Organization of the Exploitation of Meteorology Satellites in the implementation of the CLIMSAR projects. The technical leadership of the African Regional Climate Center and National Meteorological and Hydrological Services is greatly appreciated. The state of Africa's climate, hazard, trend, and impact, and analysis of the impact of the cyclone on the island of West Indian regions. To be presented here today during our conversation, and then we are really looking forward to share this experience with all of us present here. In the area of climate services, the African Union Commission also appreciates the strong collaboration with the African Development Bank, ADB, the United Nations Economic Commission, UNECA, FAO, UNDRR, and the UN agency and numerous partners. In conclusion, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with the recently adopted framework, Africa has availed an exciting opportunity to build the resilience of all its countries, whether seeds or mainland states. We are strongly committed to start working and mobilizing resources. That's why we are here. We want climate finance so that we can build resilience, because these shocks are not going to stop here. They are going to continue, but life must continue also. So we are going to challenge this climate change by really aggressive action on mobilizing and really telling our global north, the developed country, the promise 100 billion per year, let them give it to us, because every African that died, it's really a concern to us. So we, the global north, are also shouting that they should come and support all these victims of this hazard, that we are not part of it. Our responsibility is less than 4%, but we are more vulnerable. Our children also are dying. The way they are mobilizing for the war in Ukraine, they should come also and mobilize for the cyclones that is killing our people every other day. I therefore take this opportunity to call upon all the partners to join hands with the African Union Commission in enhancing implementation of the comprehensive hydrometeorological initiative in order to address the climate information challenges for effective decision making, resilience building, and climate action. I thank you very much for your kind attention, and I wish you a very fruitful meeting. Thank you, merci beaucoup, muito obrigado, muitas gracias, shukran, asante sana.
Thank you, Excellency, for your kind words and the opening of this session. Now we're transitioning to the technical part, where we'll be looking at the state of climate and some other analysis on the effects of cyclone in Africa and how we've dealt with them and what are the lessons learned. In this regard, I'll be inviting my colleague, Sage, the information expert, to guide us into this technical session as we listen to the technical expert. Sage, you have the floor.
Merci, Dr. Julie Wassambo. Merci, docteur, avec qui je partage cet instant donc, de modération. Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, encore une fois, bienvenue à ce side event organisé par la Commission de l'Union africaine, par l'ACMAD, ainsi que par la Commission de l'Océan Indien. Alors, l'adresse de son Excellence ouvre donc la voie à la deuxième session de ce side event, une session donc qui se veut technique. Nous avons 3 interventions au cours de cette session. Nous allons tout de suite écouter d'abord l'ACMAD sur l'état du climat en Afrique. Ensuite, après l'ACMAD, nous allons écouter la Côte d'Ivoire avec le Dr. J. Kwaku. La Côte d'Ivoire sur les services climatiques à partir de l'appropriation de l'état du climat. Et enfin, nous allons écouter notre frère de Madagascar sur les impacts des cyclones et les leçons apprises pour les décideurs dans la région de l'océan Indien. Suivra bien sûr un moment d'échange. Si vous avez des questions, vous aurez des réponses. Voici Dr André Kamga, directeur général de ACMAD.
Okay. Good. This presentation will really be practical. It's just a set of slides to prepare us to answer two questions. The first question is related to what are the priorities that we should implement in current national determined contributions. Given the need for immediate action, what are those priorities? So we'll show you the status of African climate, the hazards, where they are, and we'll discuss together, when you go back at the country level, what are the priorities for example, early warning next year at different places and locations in your country. The second question is, given the challenge that we had in Glasgow to actually revise the nationally determined contributions to become closer to the objective of not going above 1.5 degrees, what are the climate science information? What is the climate knowledge that we should develop to update or revise our nationally determined contributions? And these two questions are meant to actually highlight the need for our policymakers, our negotiators from the countries who are here, to let them see the importance and the urgency to work with the National Meteorological Services and make sure that by next year, the activities of these organizations at national level are factored in the implementation and in the revision of nationally determined contributions. So one of the questions that we have at the continental and national level is to answer what is the warming, what is the rate of warming in my city or in my country. And this is one of the first indicators at the continental level, which should be generated at the national level and at the local level for us to know in Sharm el-Sheikh what is the rate of warming in Sharm el-Sheikh, where we are today. Because if we don't know that information, it will be difficult to plan and to implement a nationally determined contribution. So that's the first product we have at continental level, and it indicates that Africa is warming much more rapidly than the globe taken as a whole. So when we negotiate among Africans on what to do, we should consider our own warming rates. And this is an indication of what we have in Africa, which is higher than the global average. Then one of the other important indicator is just the counting of number of very warm days. If we take Africa as a whole, what is the trend on the number of very warm days? We have here data for up to 40 years, and you can see that we move from about 2 to 4 days per year to up to 14 days per year. So meaning that over 40 years, we have tripled the number of very warm days in Africa. It has implications in planning our NDC of the energy sector. It has implications on planning our NDC on agriculture also. Because there is one slide which shows that with increased temperature, we are losing productivity of our land and our plants. This one is to highlight the specificities of our regions. In red here, you have Africa and the other continent. And Africa is among the continents that are warming very rapidly. And this is just the temperature for 2021. And you can see the situation of Northern Africa. For those who are here, they know that this past summer over this place has been very warm with wildfire and so on. So highlighting the need for us to develop multi-hazard early warning system. In North Africa, we should then focus on heat, high temperatures, heat waves, and forest fire warnings, which may be, these specifics may be different from one region to another in Africa. And our NDCs should specifically highlight those major challenges and how we want to implement it. So on the warming rate, for North Africa, the warming rate has reached 4 degrees per century. I should mention that at the global level, the warming rate is around 2 degrees per century. North Africa has a warming rate of about 4 degrees per century. So for this part of the African continent, the multi-hazard early warning system will develop, should focus special attention on high temperatures, heat waves, and fires, particularly during the summer season. And we need to be clear in our nationally determined contributions on what we want to do to justify eventually mobilization of funding. Because one challenge that we have on the finance is that it is not very much accessible. But we should prepare, do our own homework properly to make sure that we have what is necessary to get this funding available for us. So the other major hazard is floods. For those who have been following news in Africa this year, in Nigeria, for example, more than half of the states were flooded this year. And this is an indicator taken for all African land masses since the early 80s until now. Just measuring the surface of Africa that is hit by heavy rainfall that leads to floods. And you can see here a strong trend moving from about 4% in the early 80s to 40% in 2020. And in 2020, in the country where we are, Niger, 2% of the population was affected by floods in 1 year. So if we are to develop, implement NDCs or update NDCs, we should make sure that the priorities are there, because these events will happen next year. And our immediate actions should focus on this. And we are highlighting this because the UN Secretary General actually indicated that in 5 years' time, we should make the early warnings available at the local level. So this is an opportunity for us to highlight these issues and call for the donors and international community to see exactly what are the immediate actions that we should have either implemented or formulated in the updates of NDCs across Africa. The other major challenge is the start of the agricultural season. Most often, we blame the reduction in food production to drought. And in quite a number of situations, we see that it is mostly disruptions on how the rain is distributed during the season. So here you see 2 consecutive years. The Gulf of Guinea in 2020 had mostly late start of the season, and in 2021, much more early starts. So from 1 year to another, you have these significant fluctuations that the farmers are not prepared to handle unless we help them by generating and communicating this information in a multi-hazard early warning setup. So this is for Southern Africa, the same product. And the other important hazard that we have is drought. So we have here over Eastern Africa a persistence over many years of drought. But in Africa, we are seeing also Southern Madagascar and the border between Morocco and Algeria in the north. So at the continental level, efforts are to focus on these 3 locations: in North Africa, over Eastern Africa, and the southern part of Madagascar. Then we have along our coast sea level rise. And we are also seeing a lot of storm surges coming in due to sea level rise. And then when storms comes, we have surges and coastal inundation. It appears to be an important, our multi-hazard early warning system for the coastal countries will have this hazard as a special hazard of focus. Now, on the impacts, here specifically of drought, on the prices in the markets. So this is a case in Eastern Africa, and we can see that quite consistently in dry years, we have inflation in the markets. And in our analysis at the continental level, we often see that when the October, November, December season is characterized by significant deficit over Eastern Africa, some years Western Africa had the June, July, August, September full of rainfall. So the idea is that at the continental level, we develop our continental grain reserve with the objective to reduce inflation in commodity markets over drought-stricken areas. And here also, it is one action that we want to have in our nationally determined contributions, because at the regional and international level, we'll defend it better when we see it in the maximum number of nationally determined contributions. And at the country level, we really we are asking you to focus attention on the products, on climate information of your National Meteorological Service for those years, and help us document this and put it as priorities that we should implement for immediate actions in our NDCs. Now, we have a setup where most often the meteorological services are generating forecasts of physical parameters, and what is needed are actionable indicators. And at the continental level, we work with the UN OCHA, humanitarian body of the UN, whose interest is to know a season ahead what percentage of the population of a given area can be affected by floods. So this is what we did this year in June for the Western and Central African region. And you will see that area which tends to be black is over Nigeria, actually. The states in Nigeria where about 25% of the population were affected by floods. But we have a challenge here which should be in the NDCs to make sure that at the national level there is operational collaboration between the hydrological, the meteorological, and the disaster management agencies to effectively use this and translate it into budgets and into programs at the national level. And currently, the active season over Africa is in Central Africa. So this is the outlook in Central Africa with different locations where we are expecting significant proportion of the population affected by floods. So this information also should be taken up at the national level by the civil protection and disaster management agencies to prepare early actions. So at the continental level, ACMAT and AUC have a strong collaboration with the United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Office, and we have set up a continental multi-hazard advisory center, which is there on the image, that on the slide, which generate hazard information and then work with the humanitarian and other organizations in need to provide impact-based forecast information. And this structure has to be replicated at the national level to go in the details in different locations of interest to our countries. Then another big challenge in impact-based forecasting is the historical records. So the government of Belgium spent millions 20 years ago to rescue African historical records. And we are working now with the Copernicus program in Europe to digitalize this data. In some countries, we have data of 1900, which needs to be digitalized and made available for these studies, and particularly impact-based forecasting. So these are some slides which shows what it looks like, our historical climate data from Africa today. Then these are some concluding remarks that I put forward, really focusing on all these different hazards that we have seen, how their evolution is higher, their frequencies are higher in Africa compared to other parts of the world, and indicating that from one region to another in Africa, the priority hazard to take care of can be different, and it makes our work challenging, but also very much motivating to build an effective multi-hazard early warning system. Thank you.
Yeah. Merci, merci Dr André, directeur général de l'ACMAD. Merci de nous avoir assez édifiés dans votre présentation. Nous allons passer la parole à Djé Kwaku de Côte d'Ivoire. Nous savons que Abidjan a été beaucoup impacté par les inondations depuis ces 2 dernières années. Allez-y, c'est à vous. Djé Kwaku sur les services climatiques à partir de l'appropriation de l'état du climat.
Merci bien, Monsieur Serge. Je voulais vraiment dire merci à l'ACMAD de nous avoir invités à cette rencontre. C'est mon directeur, Dr Konaté, qui devait être là. Malheureusement, il a dû rentrer hier pour des questions administratives. Donc, j'ai la lourde tâche de parler en son nom. Alors, le thème est tellement important que j'avais souhaité vraiment faire un PowerPoint, mais bon, administrativement, comme on ne s'était pas accordé plus tôt. Néanmoins, je vais dire quelque chose de ce que nous faisons au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire à partir de l'état du climat. Je voudrais dire que le document portant état du climat est produit depuis 2008 sur la base du document que l'OMM produisait. Mais il y a 2 dates importantes. 2015 à la COP de Paris et 2018 avec les inondations d'Abidjan. En 2015, lorsque nous sommes partis à Paris pour la COP, c'est le document sur l'état du climat de la Côte d'Ivoire qui a servi de base scientifique pour les négociations, disons pour les éléments de langage de la délégation ministérielle. Nous avions été fiers de cela. Et en 2018, avec les inondations d'Abidjan, qui ont causé en une seule nuit une perte de 18 milliards de francs CFA, le gouvernement de Côte d'Ivoire a presque instruit le service météorologique national de produire le bulletin en y introduisant les impacts. Alors, comment introduire les impacts si on n'a pas d'éléments factuels? Donc, le ministère de l'Environnement et le service météorologique national se sont mis ensemble pour inventorier les catastrophe passée, ça n'a pas été facile parce qu'il fallait faire les enquêtes. Il n'y avait pas d'enregistrement formel. Mais à partir de là, nous avions pu avoir quelques éléments pour mettre dans le document portant état du climat. Dès cet instant-là, ce document est devenu un outil stratégique. Le gouvernement, dans tous ces débremements, demandait le document chaque début d'année. Puisqu'on fait le document, on finalise le document en février, et dès mars, on nous demande de produire de mettre ça à la disposition du gouvernement. Donc ça va à la présidence, ça va à l'Assemblée nationale, ça va au Sénat. Et sur la base de ce que nous mettions là-dedans, puisque au départ, comme je l'ai dit, c'était les tendances climatiques, bon, c'est seulement la météo. Mais dès le moment où on a introduit les impacts, chaque partie a commencé à y trouver son compte. Alors, le résultat, c'est quoi? Le résultat est que l'État de Côte d'Ivoire s'est engagé sur fonds souverains de financer le service météorologique national à hauteur de 18 milliards de francs CFA. Et ce financement est acquis. Le lancement du projet a eu lieu le 21 octobre passé. Il y a eu un deuxième projet. C'est le projet PARU. C'est un projet d'assainissement et de résilience urbaine. C'est un projet qui est circonscrit au niveau d'Abidjan. Ce projet a un volet système d'alerte précoce. Donc, l'État a demandé que la météo nationale puisse piloter ce volet système d'alerte précoce. Le financement acquis est de 7 millions d'euros. Non, de 7 millions de dollars. Aujourd'hui, ces projets sont, en tout cas pour le premier projet, ça a été lancé. Pour le deuxième projet, on est en train de faire les appels pour les équipements. Et à travers ce projet, il y a disons un siège, un grand bâtiment qui va être construit pour le service météorologique national. Mais ça ne s'arrête pas là. Au niveau des applications, le monde de l'agriculture, à travers le Fonds interprofessionnel de la recherche sur l'agriculture, le FIRCA, il y a un accord avec la météo nationale pour fournir les informations. L'université, la recherche. La recherche a demandé à ce que la météo nationale puisse contribuer au programme national de recherche sur les changements climatiques et l'érosion côtière. Donc nous avons travaillé à cela. Aujourd'hui, dès qu'on est arrivé ici, il y a l'université, on a une université qui est à vocation environnementale et agricole. C'est l'université Jean-Laurent Guédé de Dalois. Eh bien, cette université vient d'adresser un courrier au service météorologique national pour qu'on ouvre une école de météorologie, changement climatique et risques climatiques dans cette université. Alors, nous pensons que les informations que nous produisons à travers l'état du climat vraiment portent. Cela dit, tout n'est pas si rose que ça. Parce qu'il y a des secteurs d'activité qui méritent d'être renforcés, tels qu'au niveau du tourisme, au niveau de la santé. Au niveau de la santé, nous avons des initiatives. On vient même de finir de valider le plan national santé-environnement, où la météo est vraiment impliquée. Il y a aussi le deuxième volet du projet de renforcement. J'avais parlé de deux projets. Le premier projet de 18 milliards, c'est un projet de renforcement. Eh bien, au lancement, le ministre du plan nous a donné l'assurance que l'État va financer le deuxième volet. Donc nous pensons que si nous fournissons des informations de qualité à l'État, l'État va prendre en charge le service météo qui est un service régalien. et les apports extérieurs vont être des appoints. Donc, je voudrais vraiment vous dire merci de m'avoir écouté. Et je pense que cette expérience peut être partagée avec mes collègues qui sont là. Et nous sommes ouverts à toujours échanger, soit physiquement, soit par mail. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, M. Djekwakou, représentant de la Côte d'Ivoire. Merci, beaucoup de courage. Beaucoup de courage. C'est bien ce que vous faites. Vous avez des milliards, c'est bien, et que ça serve à bon escient. Merci encore. Nous allons maintenant écouter notre frère de Madagascar. Madagascar sur les impacts des cyclones et les leçons apprises pour les décideurs dans la région de l'océan Indien.
Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to stand here together with Africa, representing the Indian Ocean Commission. I will go fast because we are negotiating with time. So I will talk a lot about tropical cyclones, impacts on the region. It is an island in the southwestern Indian Ocean. Just a little overview, the Indian Ocean Commission is a regional intergovernmental organization for regional cooperation and contributing toward regional integration. It is composed of 5 members, 5 islands, as you see: Comoros, France, La Réunion, Réunion Island, and Madagascar, Mauritius, and Seychelles. So our climate actions, Indian Ocean Commission also work with other countries in the region, for example, of the Eastern and Southern Africa, in climate outlook forums like with Tanzania, Malawi, Mozambique, South Africa. We are working together. So what is tropical cyclones? Tropical cyclone is this in the region. You know, like unfortunately we are used to have tropical cyclones. In the slides you see, you didn't even see the island, like Comoros is there, Mauritius is there, below the tropical cyclone trajectories. Every year we have. The more it is red, the more it is intense tropical cyclones. In internal variability of the number, you see in average we have 10 tropical cyclones or even more in the basin, and you see like quite the half are intensity of tropical cyclone, severe tropical cyclone. So what happens? Every island is impacted severely. Here in the left, we have in Seychelles with tropical cyclone Fantala in April 2016. The season starts on November and ends in April, and in April we have disaster like that. It is in Madagascar in the right. This year in February, following Batsirai, you see in the picture speaks for itself. But what we do, let us talk in a concrete talk what we happened this year. This year it was exceptional because in the basin it was quite fine, but Madagascar was hit by 6 tropical cyclones. I repeat, 6. It never happened. The most dramatic season we had is in 1994. I was 10 years old. We have 5 tropical cyclones. We remember that. I remember that. It's why I studied meteorology. But this year, maybe my child will start. Yeah, I am young, even baldy, but my children maybe want to start. What is tropical cyclone? Because we have 6, and we have 2 really major. You see in the same really place in the southeast of Madagascar, and 3 in the northeast of Madagascar, like people will say, what is happening to us? And at the end of the season, there was from the west. And on top of that, it happens only in January. On 3 weeks, we had 2 major tropical cyclones hitting same region. You are not just waking up and another tropical cyclone is coming. It was really, really devastating. So on the impact, I will just talk, I will not give statistics. I will give a silence of 5 seconds for the 200 deaths and 450,000. This is a lot. I cannot stand staying in silence for 5 seconds. There is a lot because we are used to do that. We used to have that. Before we have more than that. Why? Because we have, we did something. We are forecasting the natural meteorological surfaces in the region are doing better and better, but there is still impacts. For example, in the Southwest Indian Ocean Climate Outlook Forum, we issued like seasonal forecast. This, for example, this year, started for November, December, and January 2023. So 3 months ahead or 6 months ahead, we know what will happen. In the left, the more it is blue, it is colder. You see in the southern Madagascar and in Maurice, the more it is yellow and orange, it's hotter. And in the precipitation in the right, the more it is green, that is a lot of precipitation, but the more it is yellow or orange, it is less precipitation. So what we know this 6 months ahead to reduce the impact. And then in the national level, for example, in Madagascar, we come down even like monthly. For example, this is October and November. That is the 6 months ahead, the start of the season, December till February, the heart of the season, and on the left is March, April. And on top of that, we have seasonal forecast of tropical cyclone. For example, this year, we expect to have less tropical cyclones. That is quite good news, but not at the end. And you see, we expect a lot of rains starting in March. These are helpful, but people need more. So we come to monthly, like what will happen in November, what will happen in December, what will happen in January. And people want more. So we have 2 weeks bulletin. For example, this was the case of Patsirai in February 2022. So 2 weeks ahead, we had this warning, like the more it is red, that is red alert. It's a lot of precipitation. 2 weeks ahead, we know that tropical cyclone is coming with many rains. So people, sectors, are able to make decision for early anticipatory action on 2 weeks ahead. And this one on the left is another less, not very intense cyclone, but a lot of rainfall in very precise location. So decider and sector can move on that. And then on 5 days ahead, we have the exact place. And at this point, everyone should be ready. But even what we try to do is research. We have, for example, in Madagascar and in other islands also, we have numerical weather prediction. For example, here we use WRF. And you see the black line is the actual observed forecast. Track, that is the actual, what happened. The red was the forecast of one of our forecast, like 4 days or 4 days ahead before. You know, there is a critical cap, even 5 days before this, where the tropical cyclone will hit. And we can keep improving. In the left, in the right, you see that. But now is maybe my last slide. Every information, I will not have time to talk about this here, but we try to co-develop, work with all the sectors to have a tailored climate information. For example, in the corner left, we have contingency plan with the disaster risk management. They are using our information. They are gathering all the stakeholders on the right, in the top right, yeah. We have climate health information. They're using our seasonal and forecast to issue climate health bulletin related to health sector. Besides, in the area, you have a cultural calendar, for example, this is rice. They can plan their planting, and on the left, bottom left, we have work that we are using in finance-based forecasting or anticipatory early action with World Food Program. We take decision based on really what is forecasted. And I will stop there, but I will negotiate to have 30 seconds more because we are here to negotiate. It's a pity that I am negotiating 30 seconds more to say thank you.
Merci beaucoup à notre frère de Madagascar. Une présentation passionnée, hein, qui me ramène même déjà dans le cyclone. Ça m'introduit dans le cyclone. Merci, merci encore. Cette intervention donc, met fin pratiquement à la série de briefings que nous avons d'avoir de chaque intervenant. Nous en avions 3, les 3 sont passés. Nous allons passer à la dernière étape qui est celle de questions-réponses. Vous avez écouté les uns et les autres, ils nous ont tous édifiés, hein, on a appris beaucoup de choses. On a été plongé avec Madagascar dans l'élément, le heria des cyclones. Il est temps, si vous avez des questions, si vous n'avez rien compris, si vous voulez savoir un peu plus, déjà deux mains en haut, en l'air, voilà mon frère, je vous passe le micro.
Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity to ask a question. My question belongs for État de climat en Côte d'Ivoire. He talked a little bit about the introduction of impact. Please, I would like to know how he quantified this impact. Thank you.
En vous présentant, s'il vous plaît, présentez-vous, dites qui vous êtes, ce que vous faites.
Bonsoir, Joël Zungrana, directeur général de l'Agence nationale de la météo du Burkina Faso. Je voudrais dire un grand merci aux présentateurs qui ont brossé l'état du climat et des menaces et de ce qui se fait sur le continent pour la résilience à ces changements climatiques qui sont déjà vécus dans nos pays. Alors, moi j'ai un problème par rapport aux données. Nous avons assisté le 9 novembre ici au lancement du SOF, hein, le mécanisme de financement des observations systématiques par l'OMM. Et il est curieux de voir qu'en Afrique, nous avons des problèmes et qu'au niveau de l'Afrique, il y a ce gap de données. Et au niveau mondial, on se mobilise pour apporter une solution à la résolution de ce problème. Mais au niveau des institutions africaines, telles que l'Union africaine, des institutions régionales, nous ne voyons pas des financements pour résoudre ce problème. On se précipite surtout pour les services tels que les alertes. Tout à l'heure, on a parlé du centre au niveau de l'Union africaine, des alertes qui sont lancées pour toute l'Afrique. Alors que l'Union africaine n'a même pas un réseau d'observation hydrométéorologique. Comment est-ce que nous pouvons lancer des alertes vraiment avec la justesse appropriée si nous n'arrivons pas à résoudre ce gap de données? Et il ne faudra pas qu'on attende que la solution seulement vienne de l'OMM. Il faut qu'au niveau de l'Afrique, au niveau des institutions régionales, on appuie les États dans l'installation et la mise en œuvre des stations hydrométéorologiques de telle sorte que nous puissions avoir des données. Vous connaissez le contexte culturel en Afrique. Les gens considèrent les prévisions comme des prophéties. Si vous prévoyez que ça ne se réalise pas, on va jeter à la poubelle. Il suffit de faire 2 alertes, 3 alertes qui ne se réalisent pas et la population va jeter. Donc, or, pour être plus juste, il nous faut résoudre le problème des gaps de données. Donc, moi, j'interpelle les institutions africaines et régionales pour qu'ils appuient l'OMM en mettant en place des mécanismes de financement pour faire en sorte que nos stations météorologiques puissent fonctionner et que nous puissions avoir des données de qualité et vraiment requises pour améliorer les prestations de services. Je vous remercie.
Merci, monsieur le directeur général. Oui.
Thank you so much. I am from the Nigeria Meteorological Agency, NIMET. I have a few concerns, especially from the presentation of the DG Ahmed, who is one of us. I think the main challenge to climate information services remains access to the services we generate. How do we get it down across the ladder to who we produce for, that is the users of this information? How do organizations like Ahmed do advocacy to our various governments to ensure that they provide the little funds that are needed to downscale this climate information to most users that we anticipate? I think it's not enough to go hand begging, cups in hand, to the EU for basic services like downscaling these climate services. I hope we have a look. That is just one advice. The other one is on support that is obtained for certain activities like the data rescue for Africa, with the DG mentioned. Unfortunately, in NIMET that we have data that is trending back to over 100 years, and we're not able to rescue it. When such support comes, please remember that, yes, don't assume always that Nigeria is rich. We require some of this funding too to be able to participate in these activities. And I'm sure if the Nigerian data is rescued, it's going to help a lot of the continent. Thank you so much.
Merci, Naimet. Question. Okay. On va résumer.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, c'est Mohamed Yacoub, responsable adaptation au changement climatique, Tchad. Je remercie beaucoup par rapport à l'état d'impact du climat pour le Côte d'Ivoire. Merci. En fait, il y avait une réflexion jusqu'à ce que vous arriviez à créer une université en charge de gestion des risques climatiques. Mais derrière ça, est-ce que au niveau de l'école primaire, pour introduire l'aspect lié au risque climatique avant d'arriver jusqu'à l'université, est-ce qu'il y a une réflexion derrière cette initiative? Merci beaucoup.
Dernière question.
Merci. Je suis Félicien Tchédé, directeur général de Météo Bénin. Je remercie les présentateurs pour les brillantes présentations. J'ai une préoccupation. Aujourd'hui, nous nous plaignons tous des effets néfastes des changements climatiques et plus précisément des inondations dans nos pays. Si c'est la météo qui doit faire les prévisions et qu'au niveau de nos services météorologiques nationaux, nous avons un manque criard de cadres, d'équipements pour les prévisions et de stations météorologiques adéquates, il y a une grande difficulté pour atteindre les objectifs. C'est pour ça que je voudrais profiter de cette assise pour souhaiter que l'Union africaine puisse chercher à appuyer les différents services météorologiques nationaux en termes de renforcement de capacité et plus précisément en formation et en équipement météorologique. Je vous remercie.
On va résumer les réponses.
Ok, merci bien. Le collègue qui a demandé comment est-ce que nous nous prenons pour faire l'assistance par rapport aux impacts. Dans mon exposé, j'avais dit que avec les inondations de 2018 et les coûts, les dégâts que ça a causé, c'est-à-dire qu'une perte de 18 milliards, le gouvernement nous a autorisé à faire un inventaire des événements catastrophiques. Et on s'est rendu compte que, si je prends l'exemple des inondations, à Abidjan, ben, il y avait vraiment une récurrence et une augmentation. Chaque année, il y avait des inondations. Et puis, chaque année, ça pouvait venir 4 ou 5 fois. Ce qui était contraire auparavant. Et puis, ce qu'on a observé est que la station météo qui est à l'aéroport ne reflétait pas vraiment la réalité. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on a fait? On a demandé à l'État, à travers l'Office national de la protection civile, de nous accompagner à mettre en place un réseau de mesures au niveau de la capitale. Puisque Abidjan, c'est le quart de la population ivoirienne. Donc, l'Office national de la protection civile nous a aidés à installer non seulement un réseau d'équipements manuels, mais un autre réseau d'équipements automatiques. Et l'équipement des réseaux manuels, on avait des opérateurs bénévoles, mais ça ne répondait pas vraiment parce qu'on ne pouvait pas réagir rapidement. Par contre, avec l'équipement de réseau automatique, nous sommes en mesure de répondre parce que nous avons créé des algorithmes qui nous permettent de voir le niveau d'eau. Et comme on a fait des études pour voir les seuils critiques, donc dès qu'on commence à approcher le seuil critique, on actionnait la protection civile ou enfin, on actionnait le gouvernement. Donc c'est un peu ça. Au niveau de la sécheresse, par exemple, on a des indices qu'on suit, puisque l'État a souscrit à ce qu'on appelle l'assurance African Risk Capacity. African Risk Capacity, l'État de Côte d'Ivoire a souscrit à cette assurance-là, et je vous assure que depuis que l'État a souscrit à cette assurance, chaque année, nos informations permettent de... Parce que ça fait 3 ans, et les 3 ans qui sont passés, l'État a été dédommagé. En fait, les paysans qui ont subi les sécheresses ont été dédommagés. Donc, nous pensons que vraiment, nous sommes dans un processus qui n'est pas parfait, mais quand même, nous sommes dans un processus évolutif. Pour ce qui concerne l'éducation nationale, bon, effectivement, l'université nous a sollicité pour ouvrir une école universitaire. Cependant, nous sommes en train de réfléchir, on a même eu une réunion hier sur notre plateforme là-bas, pour que, avec l'éducation nationale, nous actualisons les manuels. Dans les manuels, dans les SVT, il y a la partie climatologie. Mais, compte tenu de la question du changement climatique, nous devons actualiser. Donc, c'est ce que nous faisons actuellement.
OK. Vu qu'il y a des contraintes de temps, bon, on va juste aller vite sur la question des données. Justement, c'est l'opportunité de dire que dans la révision des contributions nationales déterminées, il serait utile que ces besoins en renforcement de réseau y soient. Parce que nous, à notre niveau, c'est en ayant 50 États africains qui ont mis ces priorités dans leur contribution nationale déterminée qu'on pourrait le défendre. Et donc ça articule donc la nécessité au niveau national de se rapprocher des ministères qui s'occupent de la formulation et de le suivi de la mise en œuvre des contributions nationales déterminées et d'intégrer ces besoins là-dedans, notamment dans la révision. Comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, à Glasgow l'année dernière, on a demandé de faire une révision de ces contributions nationales déterminées. C'est l'occasion, c'est la première étape du processus pour nous aider à mobiliser les ressources, notamment sur les questions du réseau. Merci.
Ça, juste une minute.
Oui, je négocie encore. I'm still negotiating one minute. From the question of Burkina Faso, Chad, and Benin, we are still negotiating to be seen and to be heard. Even our islands is negotiating in the African region to be seen. We are not seen in the maps. That is really, and we are coming here, we're negotiating to take the bus, and I am really supportive of my colleagues to requesting access to infrastructure, capacity building, and really finance and support, because together we can really implement. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, mon frère. Merci à tous d'être venus. Nous allons passer la parole à l'océan Indien pour terminer cette session. Voilà, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup pour l'ensemble de cette session. Merci beaucoup aux intervenants. Alors, ce que je retire de cette session, c'est que le chemin est vraiment encore long. Et nous sommes quand même sur la bonne voie. C'est-à-dire nous avons pris conscience que le climat est quelque chose que nous devons, et je l'ai dit un peu tout à l'heure, doit être travaillé collectivement, pas seulement sur la question des data, mais aussi sur les questions méthodologiques. Les pluies, les vents n'ont pas de frontières. Donc, je sais bien que sur chacun des sous-bassins et sous-bassins, les choses peuvent être spécifiques. Et dans nos îles aussi, cela peut être différent, puisque nous avons un modèle océanique qui impacte différemment le modèle atmosphérique. Et donc, les événements ne sont pas toujours de la même intensité ou de la même fréquence, en ce qui concerne les cyclones notamment. Mais je crois qu'il nous faut une réunion supplémentaire à tous les niveaux, peut-être déjà nous ici, pour mettre vraiment noir sur blanc et vraiment aller à l'Union africaine, d'accord, et dire que nous avons quand même un problème qui concerne non seulement le continent, mais l'ensemble des populations, avec des effets différents selon que nous sommes à l'ouest, au sud, au nord et à l'est, et que cela doit être pris et mis dans des agendas, dans un agenda vraiment précis, un calendrier précis, pour que l'état du climat puisse être traité correctement. Mais cela n'est pas suffisant, parce qu'ensuite il faudra le décliner au niveau national, au niveau régional. Et je crois que ça, c'est une question peut-être encore difficile, parce qu'il n'est pas toujours facile de décliner des solutions qui n'avaient pas été pensées localement, d'accord, c'est-à-dire amener l'ensemble des acteurs, l'ensemble des décideurs à venir et à prendre des décisions fortes au niveau du continent et des îles associées. Mais je pense que cela n'est pas suffisant encore, puisque, comme vous l'avez dit tout à l'heure, comme on a posé la question, l'éducation au climat commence à quel niveau? Et je pense que ce n'est pas seulement le climat, mais toute la question du global warming et de ses collatéraux. Donc c'est une question qui intéresse beaucoup, et surtout à mener dans des formations, alors des formations qui sont des formations qui peuvent être, je dirais, de Bac-3 à Bac+8, qui sont extrêmement importantes sur ces questions, mais qui doivent être aussi corrélées avec d'autres domaines comme l'agriculture, comme la santé. Donc c'est un programme qui est extrêmement vaste, mais je pense que de ce que j'ai vu aujourd'hui, on peut commencer à y aller, et y aller collectivement, mais cela demande un vrai partage, un vrai partenariat avec l'ensemble des États africains, mais aussi avec les bailleurs, puisque, comme je le dis toujours souvent, quand nos îles vont bien, l'Afrique va bien, et quand l'Afrique va bien, le monde va mieux. Donc je crois que c'est dans cet esprit qu'il faut travailler, et c'est pour cela aussi que j'ai terminé mon discours tout à l'heure par Ubuntu, D'accord? Parce que nous devons le faire et nous devons le faire ensemble. Merci beaucoup.
Ouais. Ubuntu. Ubuntu. Donc on est ensemble. Alors on y va ensemble. Merci bien, monsieur le secrétaire général de l'ACMA, distingués invités. Merci encore de faire confiance à l'ACMAD, à ses partenaires. Merci de faire confiance à l'Union africaine. Merci de faire confiance à la Commission de l'océan Indien. Merci de vous faire confiance. On garde le contact pour les prochaines fois. Bientôt, nous allons suivre vos mails. Nous allons vous envoyer des informations sur les autres side events que nous avons. Voilà, et merci d'être toujours avec nous. Ensemble, on ira toujours. Une photo de famille, s'il vous plaît, juste 2 minutes. S'il vous plaît, voilà la photo. La photo, voilà, est-ce qu'on peut aller allez-y. Merci.
This one has to.
Yeah, so we don't want that. We're going to just sit at the seats the whole time. Nobody will stand here. Well, I don't know.
5 is enough, huh?
I think so, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the gender-sensitive and climate-just financing mechanisms in just a minute. We're waiting for Mary Robinson to arrive, and then we'll get started. So please just bear with us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our event on gender-sensitive and climate-just financing mechanisms. We're a little bit late in starting, so we're going to jump straight in, and I'm very pleased to introduce our Vice President, Dr. Kevin Kariuki, who will give us some opening remarks before Professor Tassin Jaffrey takes over to chair the rest of our discussions. So thank you very much for attending. You're all very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's an absolute pleasure to welcome Mary Robinson and Mary Robinson Center for Climate Justice back to the African Pavilion. You may not know this, Mary, but many years ago, I watched you stride the political landscape like a colossus when I was a young engineering student in UK. So I saw you when you were president in Ireland, and I was very, very impressed. And I always found you amazing, so to speak. This is your second side event hosted by the African Pavilion. The first was at COP26. In both instances, the sensitive and climate just financing mechanisms. Today is Gender Day. And we have extensively heard about challenges that women and young girls face because of climate emergency. As homemakers and primary caregivers, mothers, wives, and daughters, women and girls carry inordinately heavy burdens just because of their gender. At other gender or just transition events today, or during other events under the current COP, you may have heard heart-rending accounts of hardship and missed opportunities that women and girls face every day because of increasingly onerous circumstances occasioned by climate change. We have indeed become increasingly aware that the conditions to which women and girls are exposed make it eminently more difficult for them to access climate finance, which in turn makes it even harder for them to break out of the vicious cycle that ultimately locks them into poverty and hardship. As it is already difficult to mobilize resources for the small-scale context-specific activities that are typically implemented by small, micro, and medium enterprises, communities, cooperatives, and households. Suffice it to say that it is eminently harder for women and girls to access finance. This is because of the disadvantages women and girls face because of lack of education, traditional land and resource ownership rights, all of which render the majority of women and almost all young girls uncreditworthy. Furthermore, constraints because of the time they must dedicate to chores in their capacity as homemakers, primary caregivers and mothers, including those associated with collecting firewood, fetching water and cooking, etc., only disadvantage the women and children even more. Through the bank's work on climate adaptation, application of our own gender assessment procedures, and in partnership with the Climate Investment Funds, Global Affairs Canada, and the Mary Robinson Center, our bank's climate change team has become increasingly aware of these issues. Accordingly, I am very pleased to report that we have started several initiatives that will contribute to efforts to spotlight this issue with a view to improving access to climate finance for our women and girls. Briefly, and I know Gareth will probably address this, sort of elaborate more on these incentives or initiatives in the latter intervention. We are in the process of financing 10 capacity building projects focusing on gender and climate through the Africa Climate Change Fund. Moreover, we are in the process of committing $100 million in loans to public and private sector projects that address also gender and climate issues. Finally, we are developing the adaptation benefits mechanism, which will enable otherwise unbankable groups and individuals, including women and children, to borrow more money, from climate adaptation projects. It is vitally important that we address the issue of gender-centered financing mechanisms, not only out of sheer fairness and equity, but also because women have demonstrable success track records. In this regard, statistics show that women are more likely to reinvest the benefits of projects in their families and communities. They are more likely to pay back their loans, and when freed from the tasks such as collecting water and firewood, they make substantial contributions to the well-being of their families, and enhance the resilience of their communities. As our president, Dr. Adesina, often says, and I'm sure, Mary, you've heard this before, when women succeed, we all succeed. Let me conclude with this note of optimism. I thank you for your kind attention, and as I hand the mic back to Professor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Kariuki, for your opening remarks, and on behalf of the Mary Robinson Centre for Climate Justice at Glasgow Caledonian University, it gives me an honour and great pleasure to be hosting this event this afternoon, and joining me to unpack some of the things that have just been mentioned by Dr. Karaoke. In terms of fairness and equity, this is the heart of the matter here. This is what is really important, and that's why this discussion is so vitally critical at COP27. And to join me in this discussion, I'm joined by no other than our patron of the Centre, Mary Robinson, who will be giving her remarks and her thoughts on the subject matter. But also we have Gareth Phillips, who's manager of Climate Finance and Environment Division at the African Development Bank, Mercy Ansa, Director of Troppenbos Ghana, and Stephen Kansuk, who's a team leader on environment and climate change at the UNDP, but is also one of our very first doctoral students at the Centre at Glasgow Caledonian University. And this conversation really builds on some of the pioneering work that he's been doing over the last 6 years. And I have to say, it's been a long journey to try and get here, but it's absolutely vital that his data and his evidence comes to light at this particular COP, particularly when we're talking about climate justice and loss and damage. As mentioned, we know that the bulk of finance goes to mitigation projects, but the vast quantities of finance that are mobilised, they're huge amounts of money, 10 to 15 million US dollars. And we also understand that adaptation, although things are changing and there are new mechanisms, the Climate Adaptation Fund is open, there's the Global Centre for Adaptation, amongst others, mobilising finance. At the heart of the matter is that these huge amounts of money are not reaching those women and girls who need it the most, simply because they're too big in terms of quantity and not able to be mobilised correctly by those on the front line. But to kick off this discussion, first I would like to turn my attention to Mary, first of all. And this is a conversation that we've built on since COP26. We started this discussion then, and what I think would be really important here is to get your sense of, from the work that you've done in Uganda, have you seen or sensed any change? Mary, have you seen or sensed any change in terms of mobilising climate finance for women in this last 12 months? Mary.
Thank you very much for the question, Tajine. But just before I respond to it, can I just warmly congratulate Stephen. I'm delighted that you're going to be a doctor of climate justice, part of the Mary Robinson Climate Justice Centre, and I really look forward to hearing how your work is going in Ghana and what you've learned, because it's great to see. And I know you've lots of master's students, and and I'm very proud to have my name connected with such a fine centre, which I did help to launch, I have to admit, many years ago.
Thank you, Mary.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But to come to your question, this is a moment when there are things happening on finance, big things happening, and women are pretty vocal on some of those big things, like Mia Motley with her Bridgetown initiative, which the elders very strongly support. Kristalina Georgieva is doing her best in the IMF. So there are women who are thinking about finance a lot. But to your question, does finance get to women on the ground who are building resilience in their communities? I do not see enough of it yet. I have a kind of suggestion.
Mary, can you hold the mic to your...
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have a bad habit. I think I learned this from Archbishop Tutu. I wave my hands too much, and I use the mic, like a... Yeah. Anyway, I'll try and be very good now, and now you can hear me. It's just I get excited about this subject. I get very annoyed when I see such interesting work. I saw it in Uganda just literally a few weeks ago when I went there. Very good projects being done by women, entrepreneurial, very exciting projects. And yet, each one of them could do 10 times more if they had the resources. And they had no prospect of the resources. They didn't know who was getting the money, where the money was going, what was happening about it. So there is a problem about visibility, transparency, accountability, and also not enough money anyway is going. We don't have a properly dedicated gender climate fund. Hopefully a feminist climate fund that would deal with this. So that's the problem.
In terms of a climate and a feminist climate fund, that sounds hugely pioneering, very novel, but so much needed right now. And I'm delighted that you've mentioned a feminist climate fund, because I'm not hearing that at all. And from bringing in the climate justice lens to this, how do we mobilize a climate just fund?
Well, I would make a suggestion to the African Development Bank, because I really like that this is our second meeting. We're building, we're understanding each other, and I want to hear my panelists. But can I just make one suggestion, which actually isn't in my notes, but I was thinking of it when I was coming here. There are bodies that are funding women on the ground. The Global Green Grants Fund, the Global Fund for Women, the Climate Resilience Fund, the Daughters for Earth have come into, with quite a lot of money, come into the field, and they're funding women at local level. This is not nearly enough, but if the African Development Bank, apart from what you're going to tell us of what you're already doing, was to convene all those who are funding women on the ground, I am sure you could learn very good lessons from each other. I'm sure you could exchange experience. I mean, I know, because I'm patron of the Global Green Grants Fund, they trust the women that they're funding because they hear from civil society people who give them good advice. We can tell you that group of women is doing good work, and they don't have to report. They don't have to spend ages filling in forms. They're trusted. That's one model. You know, there are different ways of, but the main thing is, it is very frustrating to so many women in Africa that are doing exciting things that they would like to grow. This is the real thing, and I'm sure Mercy will talk about this too. They want to grow their projects. They want to, you know, enlarge, and they cannot get the financing, and then everything is undermining them, including the climate crisis. Yeah. So I think a convening of those who are actually doing, which isn't nearly enough, by the African Development Bank would be a step towards what I would dream about, a feminist climate justice fund, and that got money on the ground to women. Thank you.
Mary, thank you for that. And just to take that conversation forward, Gareth, I'm going to turn to you. What Mary is advocating there, and what she said, this convening of meetings, this convening of minds, a convening of stakeholders. What we're actually talking about is ownership and recognition that we're not there yet in terms of mobilizing funds for the poorest women on the ground. Gareth, from the bank's perspective, I know you've talked a lot about the adaptation benefits mechanism, but how do we get the bank to recognize and take ownership, proper ownership of this problem?
Well, thank you very much indeed for having me here this afternoon, and Mary, thank you for your comments already. I'm already thinking about the acronyms, ACFF, and VP Karaoke is saying, "Oh my goodness, not another fund," you know. But I can see this is certainly going somewhere. The African Development Bank is the premium financing institution on the continent, and one of the strongest things we have is our convening power. And I mean, this is a great suggestion to convene these groups that are working together and to pull out some of those lessons and to see where that goes. So, you know, I think that is something that we could, that we could really focus on trying to make some progress. I think that's a really exciting proposition, and I'm sure there are many very positive lessons out there that we could build off and use to raise additional finance. I think, the challenges that we face, I think we're coming to understand them better about the scale of the activities that need to be funded, the nature of them, the way that the current climate finance architecture doesn't really speak to the needs of women and youth, and also the 44 million micro, small and medium enterprises that are out there who struggle to access the kind of finance that they need. And, you know, well, it's great to hear that there are good projects going on the ground that we could scale up and replicate if we had additional access to additional finance.
Thank you, Gareth. And with that in mind, I'm going to turn to you, Mercy. New ideas and new initiatives are so badly needed, and to learn from good examples of where finance has been mobilised. Can you give us an example of what you've seen as good finance for women, or have you not indeed seen any good examples? You can be quite honest. This is an open platform and an open forum.
Yes, yes.
So please speak your mind.
Very difficult to say that I have seen any good examples, especially from where I am coming from, and then also from where Stephen was doing his studies. However, we have read about very good examples elsewhere. So one of them is where you have women forming groups and then supporting themselves through this, what we call the village savings and loans. So women are mobilizing finances from their own sources to develop other alternative sources of income. And that is a very good example because in the landscape that I work in, the village savings and loan is about 80% women, and they are able to mobilize their own finance. Unfortunately, when it comes to accessing finance beyond what they have mobilized, then it becomes an issue because the bar is too high. The criteria that has been developed for them to get access to finance is too big, and then it becomes very difficult for them to get access. For example, they don't have access to land. So if getting access to land is a criteria, then it means that the women are not able to access. And they don't have voices, they don't have representatives. So all these bars and criteria are becoming a challenge for the women to access finance. So this is just even at the lower level. And then you can imagine what happens beyond, you know, when we are raising the bar high, and then up to the national, and then up to the climate finance, then it becomes very, very difficult. So these are the issues that are happening real on the ground. Although women are trying their best to get access, because of the challenges here and there, because of the difficulties, and then because they don't have the voice, because they are not well represented, because they are not participating in decision making, then it becomes a challenge for them to even have access. To bring onto the table their issues becomes a problem. They need to be represented by men. And how can men speak for women? They need to be represented by civil society organizations. Most of them are men. So they don't really see the real issues that women are having, the real challenges and their real needs. So it becomes very difficult for the women to have. So very little examples, very little good examples are there. Yep. But I believe that we are making it gradually as the conversation continues.
Thank you, Mercy. And before I turn to Stephen, who's going to get into the heart of the matter here, Mary, can I just ask you to reflect on what Mercy has said? This really is an issue of injustice. It's not about the volume and the big amounts of money that are out there, but women are being represented by men. Their voices are not heard. This is an issue of climate injustice for sure. Mary.
Yes, I think it's very good that we bear in mind the layers of injustice, and the gender injustice is a very real factor. And a lot of it is, as Mercy said, it's men who tend to get the positions, it's men who tend to represent a community or speak at the decision making. You know, when I had my mandate for the Great Lakes in Africa, I actually went out of my way. I'd meet with civil society, and it would be mainly the men, whether it was in Goma or in Kinshasa or in other parts of, who would speak. And I would say to the men, now please get out, I want to have a meeting with women only. And then I would hear, but that shouldn't be the case. Yeah. You know, it shouldn't have to be a protected space of women only. And more, especially young women, young climate activists, young women are really, you know, insisting and speaking out. Sorry, I do keep moving the mic. I do apologize. I'll be good. I'll learn my lesson. You were very good, by the way, Mercy. What I think is important is to try to have as many of the authentic voices at things like this COP. I see two of my friends down there, one from Kenya, one from Uganda, waving. Their voices at the COP, and they have spoken out and spoken very well, are far more effective than my voice, frankly, because they speak from the lived experience. And, I've seen negotiators put down their pen and start to listen to this lived experience and how serious it is and how unjust it is and how it needs to be. And we don't hear that enough.
Yeah.
So, I think if we could make sure that we had really inclusive COPs, which we haven't up to now, that would help. Because we'd hear the very voices we need to hear, indigenous voices, the voices of people with disabilities, the voices of very marginalized, very poor women.
Yeah.
That's what we need to hear.
Yeah, and they're exactly the voices that we need to turn to, indeed, when we do some lesson learning, as you suggested, and hear from the ground in terms of how we can change the finance architecture to mobilize finance and then get those perspectives from the ground. Stephen, you've been sitting very quietly, very patiently. Now, this is someone who's spent the last 6 years working on his thesis behind the scenes while working at the UNDP, and he's really touched on issues of accountability, transparency, and how finance is stuck. Stephen, do you want to unpack what you found?
All right, so thank you very much for having me here, and it's a great privilege to have you here, Mary, and I would indeed say that my thesis or my research area was actually founded based on the earlier work that your foundation and your principles actually established. So I would like to dedicate that to you as well, that you have really influenced or shaped the way and manner in which my research questions were being thrown out for the participants to respond to. So thank you very much for that pioneering role. But the question that really stuck to me over the period that I was studying my PhD was to understand, how are we able, are climate finance actually getting to those who are really in need of climate finance to change their needs? The very poor on the ground, the women groups on the ground. How is the global finance architecture put in such a manner that the finance can get to those who are really in need of that? But I took a step back to understand what would drive a country to implement climate change adaptation intervention. What would drive an African country who contribute very less to the impact of climate change? What would drive them to do that? Because I contribute less to climate change. Why would I have to take an intervention to address the climate change? That was one of the fundamental questions that I wanted to understand. And I came to a realization that there are about 4 or 3 principal reasons why a nation who is contributing less to the impact of climate change will take climate change adaptation measure. One, it was based on the role or the influence of the donor community. Whatever the donor community says is what the government will do. What is it that the global framework or the climate funds that have been extra, what is it that they are saying them to do? That is what the country thought that they would do, but not really about the fact that the vulnerability of the people is what is actually driving them to take climate change interventions on ground. So I tried to find out. It's so clear that climate financing or climate adaptation financing from the Climate Change Adaptation Gap report and several analytical reports, it is clear that climate finance flow to Africa or to those who are really in need of it is limited. It's inadequate. It is not enough. That is clear. There's no question about that. But I really wanted to understand, even the little resources that come into the African countries, what mechanisms are put in place to ensure those little resources get to those who are really in need of it. And it is interesting to indicate that there are no effective mechanisms that are put in place to ensure that the little resources that we mobilize from climate adaptation funds, from vertical funds, from bilateral development funds, there is no mechanism put in place to ensure that a very poor woman that is living in a very remote area suffering from the adverse impact of climate change to get access to it, there is no mechanism put in place. The mechanisms put in place are so weak, they are not transparent enough to ensure that the little resources that are driven get to those who are really in need of climate finance to change their climate change adaptation measures. So little resources come through climate funds,
Little resources come from bilateral funds, but no system is put in place to ensure that those that are really in need of it gets to them. That's one of the things that I found out. But of course, one of the discussions that I've had was also to find out whether or not the global architecture itself, the financing architecture itself, does it reinforce climate injustice? And if you look at the investment criteria of most of the funds that has been established, I'm happy that the African Development Bank is going to establish another fund, but the investment criteria that is put up by those funds are such that it seeks to reinforce injustice already. One of them will say the country needs. What are the country needs? Who are those benefiting from it? Are the people really involved in it? So a government will say that these are the priorities of the government, but they're not the priorities of those who are actually facing the adverse impact of climate change. So the investment criteria would have to put in such a manner such that it addresses the injustice at the community level. So that's one of the things that I found, that the global funds that are set up is reinforcing climate injustice because it meets country needs, but it does not really meet the needs of the people on ground. Why? How did I come to that conclusion? Because if it indeed is the priority of the country, it is the needs of the country, then the political manifestos, the political agenda must take into consideration issues of climate change. I did a content analysis, and it came to the realization that no mention of issues of climate change was mentioned in any of the political agendas. So how does the needs of the country become the needs of the people that are suffering from the adverse impact of climate change? So the people that are suffering from the impact of climate change are not involved in the policy decision making. They are not involved in the resource allocation. They are not involved in the distribution of resource itself. And if global funds or funds are set up and without taking into consideration those issues, we will continue to reinforce the climate injustice that is happening around the world. So these are some of the findings, the issues that I actually got up from my findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Very, very, very powerful insights, and you've articulated that so very clearly. And with your findings, I'm going to turn directly to Gareth. The 3 points that Stephen has articulated very well: there's no transparency, there is no accountability, the investment criteria is all wrong, and there's no way of tracking the funds that are mobilized, and there's no mention of climate justice and the needs of people. Can you reflect on what Stephen has found through his extensive work, and how do we address these huge items?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. And Stephen, that was very interesting to listen to your the results of your work. And I would very much agree. I think can you hear me? So we should be clear. I mean, there is also a very important role about mitigation finance, and we need to continue providing funding for mitigation. But definitely there is insufficient money coming for adaptation activities, and particularly the kinds of small-scale and context-specific adaptation actions that women and youth would implement. Now, I want to tell you briefly about the idea behind the adaptation benefits mechanism.
Hold it to the yeah.
I'm almost eating it.
Yeah.
Well, I think I can't get much closer to it. The purpose or the idea behind the adaptation benefits mechanism is that we invite donors and developed country consumers to contribute towards the costs of adaptation projects through the purchase of certified adaptation benefits. So, if I put that another way, you may have heard recently from some large names, Carney and Kerry in particular, encouraging voluntary carbon markets and more activity in that space. Well, we would say, as well as buying voluntary carbon credits, buy certified adaptation benefits and channel that money directly to the kinds of projects that you want to support on the ground. Now, what's interesting about that is that the ABM is not a fund, it's a mechanism. So you set up the criteria, you choose the projects that you want to invest in. You're not coming through an international climate fund like the Green Climate Fund or the Global Environment Facility, where the criteria are established. Secondly, it's very much designed to promote transparency. We will provide a narrative with every single certified adaptation benefit that says this is the amount of money that was received, This is the amount of additional finance that was mobilized, and this is a description of the impacts and outputs and outcomes that that money contributed to. So the transparency and the accountability is there. And finally, the tracking will come because donor governments will use that money to report, or that information to report as their contribution towards the adaptation needs in the recipient country, and the recipient country will report those as support received. So through the transparency framework, we have a means of tracking and reporting the climate finance.
Can I ask you specifically, Gareth, and I'd like to hear what Stephen and Mary and Mercy think about this idea of making sure that there are climate justice indicators embedded within, whether it's an adaptation benefits mechanism or any other way of financial flows to those who need it. Because what Stephen is saying is that issues of injustice are not there, they're not tabled, and if they're not tabled, you cannot report on progress in terms of justice or even injustice. So we actually don't know how people are benefiting or not benefiting. It's so important that these principles are anchored in these approaches.
So, look, I mean, I agree, and there's certainly plenty of examples of funds that don't address those needs. I think we're getting better. For example, at the African Development Bank, we now mainstream gender throughout all of our projects, and there's a full gender mapping exercise. So we're becoming increasingly aware. I'm sure we haven't gone far enough yet. If we take the idea of a feminist finance fund, I mean, that would take things to a new level. We have 2 funds at the African Development Bank that are supported by the Global Affairs Canada. As you may know, they have an affirmative feminist action international policy, FIAP, which requires that we ensure that women are positively included in those projects. So that money is now being directed in a positive way towards gender-aware activities. And that's setting a really good example. Also, the concept of just transition is pushing us to identify all of the sectors of society who benefit from funding and also those who are impacted by funding. So the concept of just transition will help in that respect. So I think, you know, we are at the start of this journey. I think we're learning all the time, and there are some very important steps that we need to take. And events like this are really helping to bring those points to the fore.
Thank you, Gareth. Before I turn to Stephen and Mercy, Mary, what would you like to see in terms of a set of indicators and finance structures? What is important here?
First of all, I think this is the second time that we've been together on a panel, and you were speaking about this adaptation benefits mechanism last time. Has it started? How much money? Not yet. Not yet, okay. All right, my next question, when? Anyway, well, at least to your point, to your question, Tanzina, can you hear me?
Yep.
To your question, at least this does give time to think about the kind of criteria, to think about the barriers to women. Many women on the ground want quite small amounts in order to grow. They don't deal with climate, the Green Climate Fund or the big thing. How will the adaptation benefits mechanism be more user-friendly? How will even knowing about it be more made known? How will it be possible to make sure in a community that the most marginalized are not left out? And that, you know, all of these would be factors. And I'm sure our PhD student would have more factors to include. I think probably the most important of all is when you're designing, because you obviously are not yet ready to launch, how much consultation are you having with women's organizations, with civil society, with women's groups, with communities? Because that will also help. You know, even some of the people here could, you know, give you some really good ideas.
Yeah. Thank you, Mary. I'm going to come to Stephen for the last for his remarks. Stephen, what do you want to see? And then I'll ask Mercy whether she thinks that's realistic or not. Stephen, what do you want to see?
Okay, so in developing countries like, say, Ghana, or in Africa in general, of course, there's limited financing for most of the development work in general, and more particularly on issues of climate adaptation and mitigation. So, and the accessing financing, whether from any of the funds, usually becomes a bit very difficult. The project preparation grants are usually not there. So, and that is why most of the time it becomes a bit very difficult for extensive consultation to be made to those who are really facing the adverse impact of climate change. So, in my opinion, and from the findings of the research, which suggestion that I'm making, of course, it is important that we identify or define specific set of indicators that can be measured. If there are no indicators, you cannot measure the progress that we are making towards ensuring just transition. So I would say that whether it is a loan that the African Development Bank is going to provide, or the World Bank, or from the climate funds, or any of the central funds that is being established, they must accompany with it climate just analysis. And let's have clear analysis right even from the program design stage, from the program implementation stage, and also from the monitoring and evaluation. At each stage of it, we need an analysis of the climate justice, so that will be the only way by which we can know that we are making progress towards achieving climate justice for all that are actually suffering from adverse impact of climate change. That's what I would say.
That's very, very, very practical. I can almost see the next stages of this feminist climate just fund taking shape already. it's very exciting. Mercy, are you hearing some positive steps that we can work on and build on? So hopefully by COP28 we could maybe announce a climate just feminist fund with these principles to underpin. Mercy, your thoughts?
Yes, I would say yes. I am really hearing some positive things. But just to add that in all these things, one of the key indicator will be how inclusive the whole process has been. I mentioned that currently we see men making decisions for women. So in getting indicators, then it means that we need to include the woman. If possible, it's the woman who should make the decision. They should identify the criteria. They should be involved in developing the indicators. They should know and then be able to know when and how a project can be identified as climate justice or not. So the women should be deeply involved in all stages, because we have passed the time when other people are making decisions for women, the poor, and the marginalized.
Thank you. That's so well said. We have a few minutes now to have some questions from our audience. So if you would like to ask some questions, please do raise your hand. There's a question at the back there. Can you maybe come to the front? I don't think we've got a roving mic. No. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Titi Akosa. I'm the Executive Director of Center for 21st Century Issues, and I run a campaign called African Women for Climate Finance. And we are being supported in a way by the AFDB. Thank you for this. But one important thing we've been asking for is how do we keep the climate finance access process very simple for women? Because that is just the real problem we have. Yes, you announce big sums of money, but when it comes to getting it into the hands of those who need it, it becomes a complex process. And to some of us, we think that it's becoming a voodoo process. Yeah, it is becoming a voodoo process, because they will ask you for log frames, they will ask you for indicators, they will ask you for all sorts of things, and then they will start their financial jargons. We women don't understand it. Can we break down this language so that we understand it? Can we listen to women? Can we listen to women when you are developing your financial mechanisms? All these mechanisms don't work for us. If you want a good financial mechanism that will work for women on the ground, then listen to us. Then we will tell you what we are experiencing and how this will work for us. And then please, we are begging you, keep it simple. We are tired of complex processes. Thank you.
That's very, very, very powerful. I'll take another question before I come to my panel. There was a hand here. Would you like to come to the front, or is there a...
Stay?
Yep, okay, go ahead.
Okay, hello everyone, and thank you so much for your very, very meaningful intervention. I think we all agree that the process is a bit voodoo-ish. Where we come from in Jamaica, we call it obia. I want to make a plug about GFW. I heard pioneering stalwart Mary Robinson speak to GFW's process. I currently work with GFW as a consultant in the Caribbean on their movement-led approach process for feminist organizing and climate justice. And they're doing this work in the Caribbean and in the Pacific Islands as well. And I think it's a best practice for engaging women at the front lines at community levels around climate justice and financing. And I would like to suggest that it's a starting point, possibly, for the conversations that the bank is going to be having to bring partners together who are already working on this issue. So thank you for making mention to GFW, and I again want to put on record that they are doing this work, and I think is a good example of how, you know, agencies that are looking to get into funding can actually do that in a meaningful way, engaging the partners at the lowest levels.
Thank you for that, and something that we'll definitely bear in mind. Is there another question? We take that question, and then we will get to the answers.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mine is not even a question, it's a comment. Nice to see you, Mary Robinson. And I just want to comment and say that from the time that President Mary Robinson started the Mary Robinson Just Foundation, walking that journey, there was a fund that was created, Climate Justice Resilience Fund. Please Google and find out more about Climate Justice Resilience Fund. And it's funding grassroots organizations. Some of us came here because of the Climate Justice Resilience Fund. And it's a very flexible and very friendly fund, unlike what my sister was talking about. And that is part of what we are here for, so that we can even mention things like that. You can actually Google about it, because now they won a lot of trust from other funders because of the strategy that they employ. And that does not mean that we do not create more funding specifically for women. It does not mean that. Then again, I just want to mention that last year, during the Glasgow meeting, there was a fund that was created, 1.7 billion, to be given to indigenous communities. Maybe you've heard about it if you were here last year. And right now we're here to see, we launched it the other day, we want our own mechanism. How do we want this money to be given to us? We have a mechanism of our own. We want that money to go directly to where it shall be used well. We want it to go to the communities who are affected daily by climate change effects. So that is the kind of mechanism, Stephen, you are talking about. So we need to come, it's up to us. We cannot come here and complain and say there are no mechanisms, there is no this and that. It's us to say. That's why we have come here. We voice out and say this is what we want, and that's what we did this time round. We have launched that 1.7 billion, and we want it to be given in our own terms, not in the terms of other people. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you for sharing that information insight. Let's just take the answer to the question that we had. How do we keep it simple, Mercy? How do we keep funding simple? It's not a voodoo process. We've got to simplify this, right?
Thank you very much for bringing this up. So that's exactly what I have been saying, that it should be by the woman for the woman. The women know how to understand simple things, and they know how to make it simple. So for all these things, I think that the women should be at the center stage. They will be able to make things simple for themselves. They will be able to address issues when they are simple. And to the donor communities, as much as possible, I agree with her very, very much that when we have those jargons, then it becomes difficult.
Yeah.
It narrows down the space for women.
Yeah.
So simplicity is very, very important. They are the worst affected. They live very simple lives. And for that reason, as much as possible, wherever the funding is coming from, wherever the projects and programs are coming from, let's, as much as possible, simplify things so that women are able to assess, so that they are able to meet the criteria, so that they are able to meet the standards, and then they are able to also to monitor and evaluate by themselves.
Thank you, Mercy. I'm just looking at the time, and I think we're almost run out of time, but I think I would like to give the final thought to Mary. Mary, we've had COP26. This is now COP27. What kind of discussion would you like to see happening COP28 when we convene again? And Gareth is looking at me frowning already. How are we going to push the African Development Bank into new heights?
Well, first of all, Tashin, to be honest, I think I admire the fact that you are persistent on this topic. This is our second time. If we have a discussion at COP28, we will build. We're building already. I hope there will have been a convening, because there are other, I agree the Climate Resilience Fund, which is relatively new, the Climate Justice Resilience Fund is a great fund, supported by the Oak Foundation. But there's also, there's Mama Cash, there's Frida, which is a young feminist fund, there's a Fiji feminist fund. There are things. The problem is they don't have big resources.
Yes.
But they have learning of how to reach and how to keep it simple and how to manage. And that's where I think there would be a benefit to the African Development Bank and indeed the other multinational banks. They all should be doing what the African Development Bank is doing and have a same real commitment to try to fund what women are doing on the ground. We've seen in Glasgow a commitment to double adaptation funds by 2025. That's another 40 billion. But there's no pathway to it at the moment.
No.
It's the old story. It's talk without implementation. We need to get really serious. And what I'm kind of seeing is outside the UNFCCC, there's big talk now about the fact that countries like Africa, continents like Africa, only need $1 trillion, not small money. And a lot of that will have to go on to women on the ground. I think we need to link what's happening in a G20 context and a World Bank IMF context. The report of the advisory group to G20 has really important new ideas of how to greatly enlarge the amount the World Bank and the IMF can provide in real money into the system to deal with the climate crisis. So we shouldn't be, in a narrow siloed way, only talking about the UNFCCC. We should be talking about the banks like the African Development Bank, but the other multilateral banks as well. And then, when we enlarge what money is there, we still have to keep the principle. I couldn't agree more with what the representative of the Africa Women for Climate Finance said, that we need to keep it simple. And Mercy has echoed that very strongly. It is kept simple by all the other funders. The Grameen Bank keeps it simple. Trust money and trust loans to women. What Mohammed Yunus is doing, trust women. It's not complicated, but it needs a new mentality of approach, which the still relatively male-dominated large banks don't necessarily have, but it's coming. Most of them now are talking about having a strong gender policy, as you've spoken about the Africa Development Bank. You cannot justify having a strong gender policy if you don't get money to women on the ground. It's as simple as that.
Thank you, Mary. Just from what you said, you've actually posed a huge challenge to us, Mary. You're very good at posing challenges. I'm getting accustomed to that, and it keeps us pushing and pushing along. And I think what we'll do is we'll take away the findings from this discussion, and we've got some very clear bullet points that we want to work on over the next year. So hopefully we'll have a different set of conversations next year. But I would like to just express my sincere thanks to all my panelists, Mary Robinson, Gareth Phillips, Mercy and Stephen, thank you so much for joining us. And to you, our audience, for listening into this conversation. And we will really adhere to what Mary is saying and keep the pressure up. And we are persistent in this conversation, and we will continue it. And we will convene again at COP28 and see where we're going. But for now, I just want to thank you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of COP, and a very good evening to you all.
Well done.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome to this event on policy gap analysis for the energy transition by the Climate Policy Lab of Tufts University. We have with us three great presenters. We have my Deborah, we have Emily, and we have Abai, a great team of people. We begin talking about the energy transition, we talk about policies and so on. But the whole reason why you have the Climate Policy Lab at Tufts University is that very often we don't look at the importance of policy in making the transition happen. And it's one thing to say you've done policy, but it's another thing to see if the policy speaks to another policy, that speaks to the other policy, that all together work towards the just transition. And as you will see in some of the presentations and the discussions today, that is not always the case. But with the right policy and with the right tools, like the modeling tools, we're going to start with the switch energy modeling tool. With the right policy, we can actually achieve the energy transition. So bringing the policy gap analysis with the modeling tools to inform the investments is really the winning formula. And that is what the Climate Policy Lab at Tufts University is really all about. How do we do the policy gap analysis, understand what needs to be done, then bring the modeling to then inform the investments. And of course, by informing the investments, we'll also see what the energy transition, what is the possible landscape for the energy transition. So let me start by asking Deborah to do your presentation, please. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Deborah Sunter. I'm an assistant professor at Tufts University, and I have appointments in civil and environmental engineering, computer science, and mechanical engineering. And so today I'm excited to tell you a little bit about a powerful analytical tool that's free, open source. It's called Switch, and it can be used for modeling energy transitions and understanding different policy analysis that can be done. Oh no. Oh no. Sorry about this.
Apologies for...
Yeah, thank you for your patience.
So please just bear with us as we sort out the technical issue with the presentation.
All right, success. We finally have it. So then the slides can work. So I apologize for that, and I really appreciate all your patience. So for those of you who just joined, I want to reintroduce myself. I'm Deborah Sunter. I am an assistant professor at Tufts University, where I have appointments in civil and environmental engineering, computer science, and mechanical engineering. And today I'm excited to talk to you about the switch model. It's a free open access tool that can be used for long-term energy planning. All right, it'll become more smooth in the transitions as we go on. It'll get better, I promise. All right, so when you're doing long-term energy planning, there's a lot of different stakeholders, and there's several different things you want to optimize. So you want to reduce the cost of electricity, and you want to increase accessibility. So there are some communities that don't yet have access to electricity, and there are ones that do have access, but they're being underserved by electricity. And we also want to make sure that when we're making these energy plans, we're doing so taking into account new emerging renewable energy technologies so that we can make sure that our grid is as clean as possible and meet environmental standards. And so the switch model can help facilitate conversation and improve planning with those stakeholders. There are three main focus areas for the switch model. The first way that the switch model is most often used is for long-term energy planning. So the way the switch model works is that you have all the electrical grid infrastructure currently, and then you're going to consider how are things going to change in the future? How are you going to meet increasing demand? How are you going to accommodate emerging policies and new technologies? And so you can see how the grid infrastructure will change over time. The next way that switch is often used is to do project assessment. So perhaps you're interested in comparing some different potential power plants that you're considering installing. Maybe you want to decide where the most effective place is to place that solar farm or wind farm, or maybe you want to decide between different clean technologies which one would be most effective for your grid. And now the third way that the switch model is often used is for policy impact analysis. And I think that this is really appropriate for this COP community because switch has a lot of opportunity to not just minimize the cost, but it can do so under different policy constraints. So you could consider integrating into the switch model carbon taxes, carbon caps, renewable portfolio goals, and under these different policies, you can see how that will impact the long-term energy planning of your grid. So what will the price of electricity be under those different policy constraints? And also what will be the emissions produced by that grid? So now I want to dive a little bit deeper into how the model works. So the switch model, it's a linear deterministic electricity capacity expansion model. And so when I'm talking about electricity expansion, there's a lot of different ways that you can think about how the grid is changing with time. So there are communities that are underserved with electricity, and so bringing access to those communities is going to increase your energy demands. There's also a huge movement towards electrifying other sectors such as transportation, cooking, and heating. And as those sectors get electrified, there'll be more demand required of your electrical grid. However, it's important to recognize that not all grids are increasing in demand. Some, because of effective energy efficiency policies, might be reducing demand. However, with every single grid infrastructure that exists, every power plant is only going to last so long. It has a lifetime, and at the end of its lifetime, the switch model is going to make a choice. Is it going to invest money to upgrade that power plant that's reached its end of life? Or is it going to decide to retire that power plant and instead build out new capacity? And then the question is, where will that capacity be put? And what type of technology should be used? Now, the switch model, one of the great benefits of the switch model is it co-optimizes investment and dispatch. And this is particularly important because a lot of the emerging technologies that we're putting on the grid are solar and wind, and these have strong temporal patterns. So not at all times will the sun be shining and the wind blowing, and you want to make sure that when you're creating your grid that you're able to account for that temporal variability, as well as the temporal variability in when people want to use the energy and when the demand is. So this is a time-synchronized model. And so typically the way that the model works is every month we take a subset of select days. So we normally have an average day and a peak demand day. And then we model that day using historical patterns and future projections over a study period. And our study period could last anywhere between 20 to 50 years. And seeing
I cannot hear anything. Sorry.
Oh, and just see how the power grid will change with time.
It's not audible. I cannot get any sound.
Oh, okay, that's not us? Okay. All right. So after we do this analysis, then we can go back and do some post-processing and make sure that at all times, at all hours, in all investment periods, we're able to meet or exceed demand with the generation that's planned on the grid. I also want to emphasize that the switch model is incredibly flexible, both in spatial and temporal resolution. So although I typically use the switch model with hourly resolution, some researchers have decided to look at much higher resolution, such as 5 minutes or 15 minutes, and others have decided to look at longer time durations. Similarly with spatial resolution, this analysis has been done at regional, state, country, and multi-country level analyses. So the objective of the switch model is to minimize costs. So it's trying to minimize the net present value of all of the costs associated with the electrical grid. So that includes capital costs of new investment in power plants, storage projects, transmission and distribution lines, as well as the costs associated with fixed operation and maintenance of all that infrastructure, as well as variable costs that are incurred by each plant. And so those could be variable operation and maintenance costs, as well as fuel costs. And this is an opportunity that you can integrate a carbon tax, and that could also become a variable cost associated with specific power plants. All right, so after the switch model is created, what can you do with the results? So once again, returning to those three main focus areas, let's start with the first focus area, which was long-term energy planning. So the nice thing about the long-term energy planning is, as a switch output, is you'll get things such as the output of the electricity price over the time horizon. So you could see how your different investment decisions or policies are going to affect the long-term price of your electricity. You're also, since you're going to be seeing your energy grid evolve, the portfolio evolve, you're going to understand what electricity generation mix is going to be most prevalent, and you can plan for investment strategies to support those emerging technologies in the area. It also allows for regional grid planning. So one of the outputs of switch is understanding where transmission needs to be built, and oftentimes this is transmission across regions or even crossing country borders. And so understanding these long-term transmission plans are really important for regional planning. The next way that the switch model could be used, is the focus area, is with project assessment. And so project assessment, you can compare which projects are adopted under different scenarios. So is there certain power plants that are adopted more often than others?
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
And so
I cannot hear you.
I'm sorry, there's this other
But
conversation happening. But I'm just going to try to speak over them and keep going.
I'm not getting any sound from you.
Yeah, and so one of the scenarios that we're going to be studying in a case example shortly is under drought conditions and not, and how the investment portfolio changes under different scenarios, and that can help you understand which projects are more robust to different scenarios. And this can help ultimately help the user decide where's the most robust site selection for power plants. All right, so now the last way that the switch model is used is for policy impact analysis. And so the outputs from the switch model is often the greenhouse gas emissions that people are most interested in. But I want to emphasize that that's only one potential output, and the switch model is very adaptable and diverse. And so you could explore other environmental impacts, such as other air pollutants, water use, or land use. And that can help you understand both how you're going to meet global climate goals, as well as what communities might be most affected by certain energy pathways. And this leads to the last output that I want to discuss, is access and equity. So using the switch model, you can see which communities are going to gain access and at what points to gain access to electricity. And you'll also see which power plants are going to be shut down. And as you shut down dirty power plants, you're going to be improving equity and justice by reducing the health impacts of the communities that were affected by those dirty power plants. And an example that I'll be giving shortly is how green jobs has also been integrated into the switch model as a potential output to explore equity and justice. So hopefully at this point you've learned a little bit about how the switch model works, and hopefully you're excited and you too want to be part. And I welcome you to that. The switch model has been used by about a dozen different countries from around the world, and although this graph is a little bit late, there's a growing community of switch users. As I mentioned before, the switch model, it's free, it's open source, it's written in Python. You can go to this website and it gives you the documentation and you can download it. If this is something that you're interested in, one of the things I'm hoping to do is have switch training, and so it'll be an opportunity for you to come up and let me know that you're interested, and I'd love to help support you as you learn how to use this tool. So after you've decided that you're excited to use the model, you've downloaded it, Now you're going to have to put in some model inputs. So basically with these model inputs, one is a snapshot of what your energy grid is right now. So where are your generation sites? What type of installed capacity do you have? Where is it located? Where's your transmission lines? And so just a snapshot of what's happening right now on your grid, your infrastructure. You also need to know what are your current energy demands. Now, the switch model ultimately is trying to project into the future. So now we want to estimate what's going to happen in the future, and perhaps you have several different scenarios, low, medium, and high, and you can do a variety of case studies. So when it comes to demand, maybe you're expecting that you're going to grow in manufacturing and you expect there to be a substantial amount of growth in electricity demand in certain regions. Or maybe you're trying to electrify communities that haven't yet been fully electrified, and that's going to increase demand. You can know where you expect that demand to grow. You could also implement energy efficiency programs and look at projections that might level out or slow the energy demands. Now, we also want to think about how our electrical grid infrastructure is going to change over time. So you'll also want to have data inputs on where you could potentially put power plants and how much that power plant would cost. So a lot of that can be based on historical information, but then you can also consider new technologies that could emerge. And so since solar and wind are very prominent technology, it's really important to understand the temporal effects. And so you can integrate historical weather data in order to understand the energy generation for those different sites. So lastly, we also would need an input of fuel costs currently and projected fuel costs. And at that point, you have enough to run a switch model. Now, one of the beautiful things about the switch model is that you can implement so many different policy analyses. And so you could consider putting in RPS goals or carbon tax or carbon caps, and then see how the model changes the results under those different policy scenarios. And that's the last input, the input number 10. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Oh dear. I apologize, we're having the same technical difficulty as before. Oh. All right, so now I would like to go over some select examples of how different countries have used the switch model. So I'm going to start off with the western portion of the United States, and this is where the switch model was first used. And here we see the electricity power grid projected both in 2030 and 2050. So the size of the pie chart shows how much energy is being generated in the different regions of the United States. And the colors within the pie chart show what energy sources that generation is coming from. And the green lines are indicative of how much transmission flows between those areas, and the thickness of the line is the capacity of that transport. So here you can notice that in the Southwest, there used to be quite a bit of, or there is currently a lot of natural gas, and over time that gets replaced with solar. And then in the center of the country, you'll see that there's a big growth in wind energy. One of the areas that I'm personally working on is extending the switch model for the eastern part of the United States and focusing on the offshore energy revolution, looking at offshore wind, wave, and tidal. And both of these are new emerging opportunities for electricity capacity growth, and I'm curious how that will affect the long-term energy planning of the country. Another early adopter of the switch model is China, and so here you can see what the emissions are in billions of metric tons of CO2, both currently in the dark black line, and then projected based on the switch model in different scenarios. So the dotted purple line is the business as usual, and then you can see different case studies for running the switch model with low-cost renewable energy and a carbon cap, and then also running it to meet the IPCC targets. And now you can see those results. Looking at each of these panels shows one of those scenarios and what the installed capacity is. And so you'll notice in the far left, you have the business as usual, which is predominantly coal, which is in that dark gray. But however, in the other scenarios, you can see how the share of coal decreases and is replaced by other technologies. And since one of the big benefits of switch is the co-optimization of generation and dispatch, I want to also demonstrate how switch uses dispatch. So each of these panels is the 12 months in a year. The hours of the day for a typical day is along the x-axis, and the energy generation is along the y. And so the dark black line is the energy demand. And so let's look at just our first year, our first month, January. So you'll notice in the afternoon, the solar, which is shown in the yellow, exceeds demand. And so that excess energy that's generated can be put into storage, and that's in the gray that appears as like below zero in generation. And so then later in the afternoon, when the solar wanes, then we're able to discharge from our battery storage to put that onto the grid later. And so hopefully this kind of demonstrates how the switch model can take into account dispatch and storage at the same time. And since we're in the African Pavilion, I want to also mention some of the work that's already been done in Africa. So there is a Switch Kenya model. On the left, you'll see a map of the existing electricity infrastructure, and on the right, you'll see a variety of scenarios that were explored in this analysis. And I particularly like how the Switch Kenya results are presented by these researchers, because in the leftmost panel, in panel A, you'll see the business as usual, what the installed capacity is over time. And then in the panel B, you'll see for all the variety of scenarios that were shown in the last slide, the different types of relative changes in the installed capacity. So if we focus on just the three rightmost in panel B, you'll notice that storage, shown in orange, is increasing substantially, and it's essentially replacing the fossil fuels in natural gas and coal, which is shown in like negative bar charts. And the last country I want to highlight is Switch Chile. And so in this model, what they did is they looked at three scenarios, business as usual, and then two different carbon caps. One with 400 million tons of CO2, and the other of 100 million tons of CO2. And the reason that I chose this is I feel like they modified the switch model to answer the questions that they were most curious about, which had to do with clean jobs. And so in the three columns, you can see the three scenarios that were studied, the business as usual, and the 400 million ton carbon cap, and the 100 million ton carbon cap. And you can see in different periods the range of expected green jobs that would be produced according to the switch model. And so although I only had time to give a few examples of countries that have used the switch model, I want to just emphasize that it's been used in many countries, and this is just a small subset of examples. And I also want to encourage you that this is an invitation of collaboration. So one of the things that motivated me to do this presentation is that I really want to grow the switch community. And I think anyone who's interested, please let me know. I think this is a really powerful tool, and I think you can really enjoy using it. So I had given a very similar talk over the summer at the Climate Policy Lab's Summer Climate Academy. And this is an event that happens in the summer where senior climate government leaders, representatives from nonprofits, and academic researchers come together to do knowledge exchange on current climate policy options and try to develop technical and analytical tools needed to address those policies.
I mean, when the Zoom goes up,
And so
right,
it was
when I go
during
to
that
the
that I
Zoom,
gave this presentation.
then what am I going to do? Cut up the
And
Zoom?
it inspired a collaboration that started with one of the participants, Andualam, and his team in Ethiopia. And I would like to turn the podium over
Zoom is
now
after her?
to my PhD student, Emily Holt, who's going to talk about how that collaboration has been going in this very short time, because it just started in July, and I want to show you what a collaboration with the Switch community can do. So here's
I'm
Emily.
stopping. No. Do it now. No.
Good
What time to do it
evening.
now?
My name is Emily Holt,
Right.
and I'm a computer
Go on
science
here, go on
PhD
here.
student in Dr. Sunter's
I'm
lab.
going home. I haven't got her
As part of my
anywhere.
dissertation,
Yes.
I'm working with Dr. Sunter to help build out Switch
she's
Ethiopia
on the screen.
and model
What
renewable
can I
energy
put on the screen
investments
so
under
it's not
climate
clear?
uncertainty.
I can put on 5. or 10. 10 is the PowerPoint. No. 5 points.
She needs PowerPoint also?
Yeah, by the look of it. Yeah. But just do it quickly.
Which one?
Close it, look behind. Just do alternate. See how many screens are open. She's looking for something.
Wait. You go check which power? The same one. Oh.
Here. You need to go like that.
Yeah, it's okay. They didn't turn off.
Yeah, because that's why Kay made the double one together, didn't he?
Wonderful.
Try and make it easiest to do.
The Switch Ethiopia collaboration began this past summer after Dr. Sunter's invitation for collaboration at the Summer Climate Academy. Leaders from Ethiopia Electric Power Team reached out and have been enthusiastic partners in developing Ethiopia's
Oh my God, I'm
Switch
gonna get
since.
so much trouble.
Without their data on Ethiopian power grids and their critical guidance
they've been
in
watching
developing
on
the
there
core
is
model,
this. Oh,
this
I'm
collaboration
seeing this.
and this presentation here at the COP would not be possible. Though these initial results we're sharing today are already providing valuable insights, we emphasize that these results are preliminary and require further refinement as we continue running our experiments. When setting up our experiments, we use data provided by the Ethiopia Electric Power Team on the administrative regions shown in the plot on the left. For our Switch experiments, these regions are modeled as load zones, with the transport capacity shown as transmission lines illustrated in the plot on the right. We first outline Ethiopia's current power grid, broken down by energy sources, represented in the points in the graph on the right. Currently, the majority of Ethiopia's electricity is supplied by hydroelectric power, which can be seen faintly in the points plotted on the map. These points are size proportional to the energy produced in each load zone, and the transmission lines, again, are sized proportionally to the power flowing between the load zones. Now to dive into our initial experiments, which focused on the power grid expansion needed to meet Ethiopia's growing electricity needs. We used Switch to model Ethiopia's load zones and changing domestic energy needs through the year 2045. Ethiopia's domestic electricity demand is projected to grow over 50% from the current demand from 14 terawatt hours in 2022 to nearly 23 terawatt hours by 2045.
Oh, wait, so the Zoom person
The power
says,
plants needed to meet these demands will be built to support a diverse mix of energy sources. While the majority of Ethiopia's current power is hydro, as can be seen in that 2022 data point in the plot on the right, we observe that Switch projects an increase of wind and solar, as well as geothermal. We observe that a more diverse selection of energy sources is needed for the least cost grid over the next 20 to 30 years.
That is interesting.
We can observe these trends geospatially, plotted on the load zones of Ethiopia here. By 2035, we observe that each load zone will produce more energy, noted by the increased size of every pie chart compared to those plotted on slide 30.
Can you hear the room now?
All right, we're powering through. So we also observe that several load zones Oh, thank you. We also observed that several load zones are projected to support a variety of energy sources by 2035. Both northern and southern load zones are projected to install wind farms to meet these energy demands. While we also observed that Tigray, the northernmost load zone, Harare, the small zone center west, and Oromia, the center bottom, will install increasing amounts of solar power compared to the 2022 grid.
Yeah.
By 2045, we see that the energy production of each load zone is projected to grow even further to reach these energy demands. Additionally, we observe that more wind will be installed to meet these increasing demands. Specifically, we see an increase in the shares of wind power in Amhara and Afar in the north, as well as Oromia and the southern nations, nationalities, and peoples load zones in the south. We also observe that more solar will be installed, complementing that increase we see in the installation of wind power. Specifically, we observe an increase in the solar capacity in those central load zones in both Harare and Addis Ababa, as well as an increase in the share of solar energy in the north in Tigray. These geospatial trends allow us the opportunity to visualize not only how much more energy will need to come onto the grid in the next decades, but also how much of it will come from diverse energy sources and where these plants are most needed. In addition to the hydro currently fueling the majority of Ethiopia, Switch projects the need to diversify with increasing amounts of solar and wind to complement this production of hydro. In summary, we observe an increase in energy production needed to meet growing domestic demands. However, Ethiopia plans to export increasing amounts of electricity to neighboring countries over the next few decades. Exporting clean energy can be a rich opportunity for the country to profit for many years. Though the additional demand on the Ethiopian grid will require increasing amounts of installed capacity to be built out rapidly to not only meet these domestic demands, but also these export goals. Specifically, Ethiopia projects that demand for exported energy will increase over 600% in the next 2 decades. And similarly to the plot shown for the domestic demand growth scenario on slide 32, we continue observing increases in both wind and solar through 2045 in this export scenario. However, with these ambitious export demands, we observe that hydro, geothermal, solar, and wind are, without energy storage technologies or demand response policies, are not sufficient to meet projected demands. We observe that natural gas is projected to come onto the grid in order to meet these demands, especially in the morning and evening hours. This may complicate the environmental benefits of potential export scenarios if Ethiopia's grid is not cleaner than the evolving energy portfolios in neighboring countries. Alternatives to natural gas, such as energy storage technologies, should be considered in the future. Now to dive deeper into these results, we again plot these model outputs geospatially to reserve the projected 2045 grid broken down by load zone. Under the scenario of planned export goals, we plot the projected grid for the domestic-only demand on the left for comparison. We first observe that every load zone will need to produce even more energy than previously seen under our domestic-only scenario, which is illustrated by the fact that every pie chart is larger on the right plot compared to the left. We also notice that large amounts of renewables will make up the majority of this new capacity, matching our plots from the previous slide. We observe that wind farms are projected to be built out in western load zones of Afar, Somali, and Oromia, and a lesser but still noticeable extent in Dire Dawa. Additionally, we observe that large amounts of solar are projected to be built out in the central load zones of Tigray, Amhara, Addis Ababa, as well as Oromia. While most load zones will be able to meet these increasing energy demands with purely renewable sources, we observe that Tigray, the northernmost load zone, is projected to need natural gas, shown by that purple slice in the pie chart, come onto the grid by 2045 in this export-heavy scenario. We see the effects of bringing on natural gas to meet export demands and the projected CO2 emissions under this scenario. If only meeting expected domestic energy demand, we observe that there are no projected CO2 emissions by 2045. This outcome would maintain Ethiopia's current clean grid. However, with the intention of meeting these ambitious export goals, we see the need to bring on natural gas. would result in over 20 metric megatons of cumulative CO2 released by 2045. However, these projected emissions could be alleviated with energy storage technologies, which were not included in our initial experiments. With storage technology, solar and wind generation could be stored and dispatched later, mitigating some of the need for those current projections of natural gas. It is also important to take into consideration the carbon intensity across neighboring countries if Ethiopia must bring on natural gas. There could still be an environmental benefit if the carbon intensities of Ethiopia export energy is less than that carbon intensity of the electrical grid of the country purchasing that energy. Finally, we move on to the other scenario we explored in these initial experiments. For this scenario, we explore the potential of drought condition in combination with those previously explored export goals. In their recent publication, McConan et al. Stated that by 2065, the capacity factor of hydroelectric technology was expected to drop by half. Based on the numbers reported in this work, we ran our switch experiments with a linear decrease in hydroelectric capacity factors between 2022 and 2065. Reaching half the 2022 capacity by 2065. We did this in order to observe the switch outputs under drought conditions. We observed that, under these proposed drought conditions, we see a drop in hydroelectric power production of almost 20% by 2045. We also observed that, even under drought conditions, CO2 emissions will remain at zero if the grid only needs to meet those domestic demands. However, we do see that increase in CO2 emissions under drought conditions in the export goals scenario, meaning that additional natural gas is projected to come onto the grid in order to meet the export demands in drought conditions. Essentially, we observe that natural gas is supplementing that loss of energy production from hydro. As mentioned before, these natural gas estimates can be mitigated with energy storage technologies. The addition of energy storage technologies will be explored in more complex experiments as we continue this work forward. Finally, we compare the resulting cost of energy. We expect the cost of energy to be higher under drought conditions, though the question is by how much. To answer this research question, we compared the percent difference in cost of electricity between no drought scenarios versus the drought scenarios. We repeated this calculation for each fraction of the export goals of Ethiopia. We observed that the cost of electricity increases over time for every scenario. Specifically, we observed that the cost of electricity grows more sharply, exceeding a 10% cost increase by 2045 under the scenario when all of Ethiopia's export goals are met. This is compared to approximately the 5% increase if only domestic demands are met. These results further illustrate the challenges for planning under drought uncertainty and the constraints and cascading effects that the drought could have on the Ethiopian grid. While this concludes the results of our initial experiments, we are left with exciting and hopeful results that can help shape future grid planning and investments in Ethiopia. In summary, we observed that the least cost pathway depends on a diversification of Ethiopia's energy portfolio, drawing on multiple renewable energy sources with that emphasis on wind and solar. An increase in wind and solar also leads to a more resilient grid under climate uncertainty and that threat of increasing drought. We observed that the challenges of meeting and maintaining ambitious export plans under that climate uncertainty. Meeting export goals under the threat of drought will require a rapid build-out of many power plants, potentially more than it is currently feasible to finance. Meeting export goals under the threat of drought will also result in an increase in carbon emissions unless energy storage technologies or policies to shift demand are incorporated. However, this collaboration has only just begun, and these initial results will inform many future experiments. We are enthusiastic to continue our partnership with the Ethiopia Electric Power Team as we refine the Switch Ethiopia model. We are hopeful for their future analysis as we incorporate the electrification of other sectors such as cooking and transportation into our model. Thank you for your time this evening, and I will now hand the podium over to Abe to discuss his work on Ethiopian climate policies. Thank you.
I hope you are not tired. I just have a few policy perspectives. Thanks so much, Deborah and Emily, for the nice presentations. So, based on this, I'm just see a few issues. What are the policy perspectives? What we learn from here, and how we're going to proceed in our future. To do that, let us see the African energy portfolio first. When you see the African energy portfolio, 77% of the African energy comes from thermals, from fossil fuel related. And then only the renewable share of the energy in Africa is very limited. You see the hydro is taking 17%, and the geothermal is 5%, which is mainly come from Kenya. And solar is 2%. Why Africa is not investing on solar? Why wind is not attractive in Africa? I think we'll see that in the policy perspective. Before that, let us see how hydro looks. When you see hydro, the trend in hydro is, we just selected a few countries in sub-Saharan Africa, how the trends in hydro looks like. You see, we see there is, when there's a drought, the hydro fluctuates. So according to the IPCC report, the future Africa would be more severe drought, prolonged drought. And then in the past, if we see this fluctuation, in the future, we might see more fluctuations. So what we should do, if you want to move from fossil, if we move to clean energy, if the hydro is going to be very fluctuation, it's not reliable, what we should do? I think let us see the global trends. We see the global trend, two perspectives here. One, by investment. Second, by technology choices. When we see by investment, the global trend is moving from bilateral into private investment. There's a huge private investment coming in a long way. Even at this COP, the trend is moving from bilateral investment into private investment to take the lead. What about the technology choices? The technology choice we see is taking solar is the biggest, attracting investment, wind the second, and hydro is the least. But we see in Africa, hydro is the main investment now. But the global trend is taking solar and wind, taking the global money. Then hydro is taking least investment. By whom? By private. Then African policy needs to align to the global trends. If you want to attract investment, our policy should be aligned with the global trends by technology choices to solar and wind to attract private investment. Because if private investment is taking the lead than the bilateral investments. I think for this, what we should do, okay, let us come to Ethiopia, come again. Will Ethiopia's situation attract solar and wind? Why don't we see the energy demand by sectors? When we see the Ethiopian energy demand by sectors, we see more commercial, the highest taking, export, and industry, which is attractive for private investments, which is attractive for solar and wind investors. So the situation on the ground is attracting the global trends, both by technology choices and by investment choices. So what we need is the policy. So what the policy needs to do? Before that, let us see the important is acceleration and diversification. For that, let us see the policy perspectives. The policy perspective in general follows this diagram. But the African, the policy scenario is kind of starting policy ideation from the political inverse, going to policy design, which is combined by the political inverse and the bureaucratic inverse, and the policy adaptation by political inverse and also by bureaucratic inverse, and finally the implementation. This is the traditional way of the policy making process. But what we need, the missing is there is no revisions, there is no updates, there is no policy evaluation that goes into the policy ideation, the policy design, and the implementation process. And then the policy would be an old policy stuck there without revision, without updates. And the global trend is going somewhere, the policy is stuck somewhere. That we see the global trend is going from private, from bilateral into private, by energy, by technology choice from hydro into solar and wind. Let us see the Kenyan policy. It has been 2005, they have never been revised. What about the Ethiopia? Since 2094, it has never been revised. Then the policy is behind, although there is a political support, the policy on the ground is behind the global and regional trends and the climate trends. I think this is a missing link. If you have this missing link corrected, the policy could have been updated, could have been revised, could have been reflecting the current situations, but not. So for this reason, I just summarize the challenges could be into three: openness, attractiveness, and readiness. If you have these three, what I mean by openness, just openness means kind of more the policy framework should be aligned with the global and regional trends, and there should be a strong regulatory body. If we don't have a strong regulatory body that oversees the executive and the implementation, and we're going to have a yes guys who can't do nothing. The second is we should also attractive. How we can attractive? We should have attractive for bilaterals, because we see for privates, because we see the trend is from bilateral into private. Private want to have a policy framework. What kind of policy framework? Independent regulatory body, market, incentives. And if you don't have that one, the private will not come there. They are there to make money. If we want to make sure it's a win-win situation, we should have a policy that attracts private, that also helps Africa achieve its goals. If we don't do that, if we ask them to come, whatever we make a nice statement, they will not show up, because the thing is not done at home. The last one, we have to also see readiness. The readiness is we have to have a legal institution in place, a contract in place. If we do have, then we show openness, we show readiness, we show attractiveness. Otherwise, if we don't do that, what's going to happen? Like a Sisyphus trap. We are pushing a failing policy again and again, watching it fail again. If we don't have updates, if we don't have revise our policy, what we do is we are in a Sisyphus trap. Sisyphus has been condemned to push this rock, and when it gets at the mountain tip, it falls back. What we do is we push the policy that fails again and again with nothing result. I think this is also happening at the COP. We push things which doesn't give us any result. I think this is, I just want to say what we should do in Africa in general. And this is a situation, particularly in Kenya and Ethiopia. So we are planning to expand this with our help, NEPAD and UNCA. I think, thanks so much for listening, and then thanks so much for the presentation made by my previous colleagues. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Abai, for your great presentation. And thank you for, I was looking for Sisyphus trap, yeah? That's very important, because you say, you make the effort, you reach there, but you're never getting there because it keeps coming back on you. We need somebody on the other side to be able to hold, so as you're pushing and somebody is pulling you, and I think that's very important. But I want to thank you all for the wonderful presentations you've made, starting with you, Deborah. You made a wonderful presentation of the switch model and how it has been applied to different countries. And I like the triangle: technology, policy, price. Yeah, that is wonderful. And you also emphasize the importance of the fact that the switch is open source, so it is free. And I think it will be good again later on if you can project the link that shows where people can download the model and how they can make use of it, because the beauty about open source is that it's open. You can interrogate it, anybody can adapt it to suit their own needs, and it is open for verification. And I think in this type of modeling where you have communities building up their own model, it is important to have open source. So I'm really glad that you have that technology, and you've shown how you can be able to build capacity going forward, looking at the different technologies when they become most cost effective, and also, of course, informed by policy. There could be a policy decision that we want this technology now and not later, and so on, and the model gives you the opportunity to build through. And then we went through to Emily's presentation to now show the case for Ethiopia, and we've done it now in Africa, Ethiopia and Kenya. Is that right, or only Ethiopia? Only Ethiopia. So for my Ethiopian colleagues here, they always say the land of origins. So Ethiopia is the land of origins for the switch model, because they're the first one to do the switch model. But I think, as Abai was saying, we're working with AUDA, NEPAD, and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa to do this modeling for a few more countries, especially in the context of how do we inform the energy transition. And then, of course, coming to Abai, a presentation about the policy and why being able to analyze the policies and identify the policy gaps is extremely important to go back to that initial triangle that Deborah presented. So ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the presentation. So now it's time for any questions that you would like to ask. And if you want to ask, just indicate, introduce yourself, who you are, and is it a general question, a comment, or a specific question? Okay.
Thank you so much, presenters. This is Dr. Sisai Sinamo from Ministry of Health, Ethiopia. When I look at the domestic as well as also the export, modeling, especially in the eastern part, in the northeast and southeastern part of Ethiopia, you have indicated more source from wind than solar farming. And also, even in the climate uncertainty situation, still the wind situation is higher than the solar sources. But my just thinking, I'm not an engineer or I'm health background. My thinking is that part of the country is more drier and has more, sun opportunities. How does this modeling only focus only on the wind than the solar source for that part of the country? Thank you. Especially for the eastern.
Thank you, Dr. Sisse, for your question. Maybe we'll take a few more questions before we come to you for the answers. Any other question? Oh, okay. And do we know what he's saying? Okay. There's also a comment from online, so Kwame will try to get the answer. But I think, Emily, when you show the scenarios going forward, you indicated that gas will come mainly in the Tigray area for generation. Now, is that because of resource availability or just because it's cost effectiveness? Because I would have thought that the gas is in the south, so you have to then ship it all the way to generate there, or, what is the motivation of bringing gas on in the Tigray area, unless you're talking about a local resource area? And then there's, Okay. And there's also a question online, so if we can get from Andualem. From Andualem. Andualem, please go ahead. Can you hear us, Andualem? Andualem, you are muted. We cannot hear you. Bro, ask them. Andualem, can you hear us? Anyway, so maybe whilst we're waiting for Andualem to come on, let's start with or you want to answer from?
Oh, great. Well, thank you so much for your questions. So I'll start with the first question that was asking about solar and winds. And so currently the model is taking into account both solar and winds. And we have something like roughly about 500 potential solar and wind plants throughout the entire country, kind of dispersed throughout. And we take into account the the time profiles of the solar availability and the wind availability as well. And those are based on data from NOAA on weather patterns, like historical weather patterns. And so all 500 of these potential power plants are being considered, and the results are showing which ones are selected. And so it's based on cost minimization right now, which ones are chosen to be deployed and where. And then the next question that we got was related to the natural gas deployment. So I do want to emphasize that with the natural gas deployment, it's not, these are just preliminary results. These are a potential profile of an energy landscape going forward based on least cost. That doesn't mean that it's the only pathway forward. Of course it's not. And the pathway that we did, these are preliminary results. This project just started in July, so storage wasn't yet integrated into the model. And storage would be an alternative to having gas peaker plants. And the reason that the gas is getting deployed in the south is largely because of the export demands going southern. And so that's something to take into account when you are building out these transmission lines. Where's the energy going? So even though you might not have a lot of demand in the south domestically, there was quite a bit of demand to the southern countries.
And you also indicated, Emily, that hydro is coming down, right? With the export scenario, that Ethiopia's share of hydro will be going down. And is there any reason why the share of hydro will be going down? Is it because of the drought expectations, or is it for other reasons? And if so, because there are still a lot of investments happening in hydro in Ethiopia. And so if you've foreseen already the share of hydro going down, then what happened to about the return on those investments? And then you also, in your model, also indicated that the cost of the electricity is going up all the time with the export scenario or with the export model. I'm just wondering why should the cost be going up when we know that in the long term the cost of technology will be coming down, or the resource supply will be. Why is it that the cost is only going up all the time? Is it about the same rate as inflation, or is it beyond inflation that the cost is going up? So maybe any of you can. You want to?
Okay, so just because the share of hydro is going down doesn't mean that the installed capacity of hydro is going down. So it's just the relative percentage goes down, and that's just an artifact that so much solar and wind is being built out in the export scenario. And the next question was related to the rising price of electricity. And so those were under different drought scenarios, and the drought was assumed to have increasing severity in upcoming years. And so as there's a more extreme drought, then the low-cost hydro is no longer available, and you're forced to put on higher, more expensive power, and that's why you see the increase in electricity. So all of that increased electricity was all under drought scenarios, and then the different lines were different export scenarios depending on how ambitious the exports were outside the country. And Abiola.
If I just add what Deborah has said, Ethiopia only used less than 5% of hydro potential. So that means Ethiopia will continue investment on hydro, but just the share, since Ethiopia don't have any solar or geothermal or wind at this time, when the solar and the wind increases, it shows just relatively reduction. But otherwise, doesn't mean that Ethiopia also should stop hydro and then only invest on solar and wind, but just based on the cost, and then Ethiopia might also, and the technology choice we see, and the global trend, Ethiopia might increase. When Ethiopia increases that, the share would be kind of constant. It would be higher than maybe a reduction in total terms. Otherwise.
Okay, thank you, Abai, for that addition. Kwame.
Thank you very much for the 3 presentations. I think they were very enlightening, and I just wanted to find out the switch model. does it take into consideration the off-grid systems? In that, especially in a lot of rural communities on the continent, there has been a push to have systems that are off-grid. So then they do not, and there's also no mechanism to even transport the excess of it back onto the national grid. So just to check, was that factored into the planning? Because overall, that also becomes part of the installed capacity within a country. So I just wanted to check if that is factored into the model as well.
One more question.
Thank you, Dr. Linus. So I really only caught the tail end of Ezra's presentation, but I would still like to thank all of the presenters for your presentation. Now, I would like to ask a political economy question, Ezra. And I want to understand the extent to which your models are actually incorporating political economy issues. You were talking about, for instance, creating a policy and legislative environment which would attract private investment in renewables on the continent. But the current trend on the continent is in fact that the highest private investment is going into fossil investments, into fossil extractions. And this is for a variety of short-term but also long-term political and economic reasons as well. That's the first question. The second is, of course, I mean, there is a lot of concern about the possibility of these investments getting stranded in the short run. And this is resulting in policies and legislation outside of the continent which actually condition the nature of investments which come into the continent. My point being, regardless of what we do on the continent, investments in the continent are currently determined by factors that are external to the... So to what extent is your modeling taking these kinds of dynamics into consideration?
Great, thank you very much, Dr. James. And there's one more question from my brother Aya, and then I come back to you, the panelists.
I just wanted to know, based on the presentation, that solar and wind is the future, okay, but yet African countries continue to invest in hydropower. So what is the consideration? Is it that the technology and investment in wind and solar is expensive, such that African countries do not see it as a venture, as an area to venture, or what is the motivation behind investment in hydro other than wind and solar, which seem to be the future?
Thank you, Aya. So we have three questions there. I'll start with the last one. Aya is asking about why do you think that investments are not just focusing on wind and solar, and why are people investing in hydro? And then Dr. James's question about how do your modeling take into consideration political economy factors, given that investment drivers are not made on the continent, no matter what the continent wants, but from outside, and therefore there is a mismatch between what the modeling could be doing based on the policy and what the investments would actually be doing. And finally, to the first question by Kwame, is the switch model also including off-grid options? So I don't know who would like to start first. Deborah, you start?
Sure, that's a lot of great questions, so I hope I'm able to remember them all so I can answer them all. So I'm going to do them in the order that they came. So first, in terms of dealing with the switch model, it's very scalable. So it can be used, most generally it's used for large centralized grids, but I'm working on a project in French Polynesia, and we're doing that as a series of microgrids. So it's completely scalable, so you can do it, you can use it for microgrids, but there's also, I don't know, simpler, smaller models like Homer and things like that that can be also processed for microgrids. But Switch has this complete versatility and the scale that you can use it for. All right, and then the second question was about foreign investment. I will have Abe answer most of this question, but the Switch model, the way that you can look into that is when you're modeling what the investment is in different energy generation technologies, you need to come up with what the overnight price is, And baked into that overnight price, you could put in different finance mechanisms and how viable it is to get finance for those technologies in a given country. And those could have drivers that are external. So for example, like in solar and wind, you can look at exponential decay in the cost of solar panels. And so you can take into account that driver of technology innovation and bake that into the overnight cost associated with deploying a new solar or wind technology. Okay. And then the last question was about why hydro, especially when all these model results are basically suggesting to not invest so much in hydro, and it's really, really important to diversify your grid, especially to be resilient against climate uncertainty. And I think, so historically why those choices were made, I'm sure that there's a lot of great reasons for it, availability of financing for these large projects. And large hydro is a style of investment that's quite common and to be used for funders from like the World Bank and things like that. So there's reasons that could be driving why hydro has been historically invested in. However, solar and wind are quite affordable, and the switch model is deciding where to invest based on the cost of those technologies. And so as we can see, there's a lot more deployment in the future of solar and wind technologies, and it's because they are cheaper than investing in more hydropower. And it's also with hydropower, the most affordable hydropower plants, the locations that had the best reservoir resource and things like that have already been deployed or are predetermined to be built over the next couple of years. And so after you build out your least cost hydropower plants, now the future hydro plants can be much more expensive. And so that could be another reason why they become less attractive. And hydro is very unattractive in drought situations. So that's why there's much less deployment of hydro under droughts.
Okay. Thank you, Deborah. I think Deborah has explained most of the questions, and good to see you, Aya, by the way. I think there is incumbent, hydro is incumbent. There is an incumbent advantage. Because if you see the hydro, there is so much school, there is so much technical know-how on hydros. Africa has been there, and we have the skills, we have the know-how how to do it. Since we know how to do it, it's easier for us to do it again and again. So if you see solar and wind, one of the gap is technical know-how. We don't have the technical know-how, even we don't have the maintenance know-how. Even we don't have the installing know-how. One company there is in South Africa, which is Saratec, at utility scale level. We don't have any even company that works on solar, and we don't have any research and development in Africa. The curriculum in Africa is not geared towards solar and wind technology. If it is geared, it is at initial stage. We don't have a renowned or well-known R&D in Africa in terms of solar and wind. So this is a technical gap is there, the know-how gap is there, that also kind of preventing African from, fostering or aggressively moving toward the solar and wind technology. I think that is one reason where Africa is not moving that much as we expected to go. I think James, it's very critical this. But model is, as Deborah is saying, it's capturing of reality. It's like, I see model as a tailor. If you go to a tailor, you ask them how to do it for you, how to fit it to you. So any model, you can tailor it to your needs and demands and priorities. That means you can put constraints, you can put another parameters. I think we are planning to do with you and EPAD and these expanding to Africa to see how it would be show as the investment option, and we can develop it in our size that fits our interests and needs. Because we can add constraints, we can add parameters. I think that way we can make it work for us, for our interests. I think if Africa don't come together, we will remain fragile, weak, and divided, and poor, and without electric access for the next decades. If we come together, use this opportunity, Africa, we lost the biotechnology revolutions, the green revolutions. Because we are fighting on regulations, we are fighting on here and that, and Africa lost the green revolutions, why in East Asia has been, undermined the poverty, have been successful in green revolutions. If we fight the same on wind and solar, we'll remain behind. The future is solar and wind. If we don't jump in the bandwagon, and then we'll remain behind. We missed the first revolution, industrial revolution. We missed the green revolution. I think this is our opportunity to use it. We have the resource, we have the wind, we have the potential, extremely potential. And if we have the political power translated into action, I think this wind requires a regional approach. For example, in Kenya, they have the IPP, they are generating more than they can consume. The IPP producing more than they consume. If there was regional integration, there would be a market. Because of lack of regional integration, because the grid is not connected, the China government is in crisis because they are paying much for IPP, which the people don't consume. I think we see a good example in Kenya how the grid connection is very vital for African markets. And for the West as well, I think to export to Europe or others, I think that is very crucial. That's very important. That's how I see it. The political economy, just we have to reverse the table. I think for me, if I say this negotiation, COP27, is not moving forward as we expected is because Africa starts engaging. It's not a passive recipient. If we engage, then it would be slow. But it would be for a good for all of us. For the planet, it would be good because we are engaging. I think if we engage in that way, even if we slow, I think it would be good for us, for the planet, not for Africa. We live in the same planet. And if we see from a different perspective, I think we'll have the best solution. That's how I see it for the political economy, James.
Okay, thank you very much, Abai. Thank you very much, Deborah and Emily. You're quite right. Again, I go back to the triangle: policy, technology, finance. And the policy is very critical. And as you say, the model is a linear optimization, which is based on constraints. So you can constrain it on anything you like. You can constrain it to say, I want to do this amount of hydro, or this amount of solar, or this amount of wind. Then it will tell you that based on that constraint, this is the cheapest option for you. It can also tell you about where you should put the capacity, where you should put the transmission, and so on. But that modeling alone is not enough because there are other issues, like James said. There is a political economy. The investment, which is the finance bit of it, is more complex than what the model can do, and it is important that the policymaker really understands how that all fits in. So I want to thank you all very much for the wonderful presentation. Deborah, for presenting us the switch and showing us what it is. It is a free one. I was hoping that they would have put the link, but no problem. Yeah, we passed it. Yeah, there you are. So that's the link, ladies and gentlemen. It's a free software. You can download it. And thank you, Emily, for giving us the Ethiopian case. And thank you, Abai, for giving us this policy dimension. But at the end of the day, and also, unfortunately, Andualem was connected, but he became, because of the technical difficulty we're having, he was disconnected. But I want to thank you all, and can we please join our hands together to thank them for a wonderful presentation. And we look forward to our continuing collaboration with the Climate Policy Lab at the Fletcher School at Tufts University, together with AUDA, NEPAD, and ECA and African Union Commission. We were going to see how we can do more of these country studies to begin to stitch together what the energy landscape going to the future could be. Thank you all very much.
Test. Hey, test. Aló.
This work?
Hello, African women. Happy Gender Day, African women. Happy Gender Day, African women. What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want it? If we don't get it, if we don't get it, if we don't get it. Happy Gender Day, African women. It's so exciting to see all of you today joining us in our home African Pavilion. If you're an African, can I see yeah? If you're an African, can I hear ooh? Africa! Can I hear Africa? Africa! Thank you so much. There is no better place to celebrate Gender Day than in African Pavilion because this is our home, right? And African women, civil society, we have a right to own and claim African Union, right? So thank you so much for joining us today for this celebration. We will be together for 1 hour. And we are not just joined here by the women who are in this COP, because we do know not all African women have the same privilege to be in the space like this. So we will be inviting other Africans, especially women, who are not here to share their voices. I think tech team, can we start with a video, the first one?
Can we get this? Because they said there's interpretation. Can people get answers?
All right. For those who are not speaking English like me, kindly get a headset because, All right. Can we get a headset, tech team? Where can we find headset for translation? We are waiting for 1 minute for translation devices because cannot be Africa without diversities of languages, right? Say yes to language justice. Yes, please.
Maria is here.
What do we want? Don't get in my voice. I think I've been up and down today. Okay, so for those who doesn't know the song, it's a Kiswahili song from Tanzania. And the words are, Wamama msilale, women do not sleep. The fight continues. So we've been rehearsing this for the whole last year, and my sisters and mothers and friends and colleagues, we will jump into and get along as it starts. Zukiswa, all right? Wamama msilale, lale lale, wamama msilale, bado mapamba. Please stand up. You don't fight when you're sitting down. Wamama msilale, lale lale, wamama msilale, bado mapamba. Na sisi hatulali, lali la, na sisi hatulali, bado mapambano. Wamama msilale, lale la, wamama msilale, bado mapambano. Na sisi hatulali, lali lali, na sisi hatulali, bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano, mapambano. Yeah! Thank you, my French sister. Shall I continue? Mapambano. Mapambano, bado wamama msilale, lale lale, wamama msilale, bado wamama msilale, lale lale, wamama msilale, bado mapamba. Na sisi hatulali, lali la, na sisi hatulali, bado mapamba. Mapambano, mapambano, bado. Yeah! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Zukiso.
African women, oh yeah! All right, so as I said, we'll be joined by voices from across the continent. So I'd like to welcome you towards your screen so that we can hear the journey that started a month ago to get us all here. So kindly take team.
As we head to COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, more than 170 African civil society organizations are participating in the African Climate Caravans, which are traveling across 28 countries on the African continent to show the real impacts of climate change on people's daily lives and to demand more climate justice. Although they are the least responsible for this climate crisis, African people are among the most affected, with droughts, floods, displacements of populations, loss of livelihoods, food insecurity, conflicts over water resources, and land for grazing cattle are problems that are part of their daily lives. Among these populations, it's women and girls who suffer the greatest impact in their daily lives. They face longer journeys to fetch water and firewood, and therefore greater exposure to the risk of sexual attacks and assaults. Loss of income from agriculture, which is their main source of income. Food crisis that force many girls out of school and into early marriage. In addition, they have difficulty accessing credit and land ownership. They are often excluded from decision-making and climate negotiation processes and have difficulty gaining access to training and technology. To make their voices count and their demands heard, women and girls joined massively the African climate caravans. They mobilized, walked, and debated in more than 28 countries. They explained the impacts of climate change on their lives and how they cope through farmers' alliances and the sharing of know-how in agroecology. They made themselves heard to decision makers gathered in Kinshasa at the pre-COP and in Dakar at the Climate Change Summit. They demanded equal representation of men and women and young girls in decision-making bodies related to climate change, whether at national or international levels. Protection of natural environments, especially water resources, to reduce the workload of women and girls and protect the future. An agroecological transition that cares as much for ecosystems as for farming communities. They asked international donors to finance more and better the adaptation of the most affected populations through increasing grants rather than loans that put future generations in debt. A women's delegation will be present at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh to represent the interests, aspirations, and ideas of African women in the fight against climate change.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now those are the voices from across the continent. But also we had an opportunity to meet as African Feminist Task Force. And some of us has a message for us as well. Tech team? Tech team, we are waiting.
As we head to COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, more than 170 African civil society organizations are participating in the African climate caravans, which are traveling across 28 countries on the African continent to show the real impacts of climate change.
Tech team, we don't want that video. We need another one. In the meantime,
as we head to COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in
Egypt,
more than 170 African civil society organizations are participating in the African climate caravans, which are traveling across 28 countries on the African continent to show the real impacts of climate change
just to start us off, potentially we get to hear the voices of African women
although
who
they are the least
have
responsible
recorded,
for this climate crisis,
taking their time to
African
share their
people
message
are
from
among the
across
most
the
affected.
continent. But to open this session,
with droughts, floods, displacements of populations, loss of livelihoods, food insecurity, conflicts over water resources, and land for grazing cattle are problems that are part of
if
their
you can
daily
put a
lives.
stop, please,
Among
as we
these
start the
populations,
event.
it's women and girls who suffer the greatest impact in their daily lives.
All right. Thank you so much. We hope we'll have time to hear the voices, inspiring and exciting voices from across the continent who have taken their time to share their passionate, powerful voices in here in COP. So to start us off, it's important for us to know why we are here and who are we. Yes, we know we are African women. We know that, right? And we know we belong here. We know that too, right? But specifically, why in this COP27? So to do that, I would like to welcome my senior, our mother, Priscilla. Can you give it up to Priscilla? As we do in Nigeria, can we say Igwe? All right, please kindly welcome all these amazing women to this space.
African woman, oh yeah. African woman, oh yeah. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want? When do we want it? Good evening, my sisters, brothers, because we also have brothers from across the continent and our friends from across the world. The journey of the African Task Force started a long time ago, but for this year, we decided that we must mobilize ourselves as a continent and not working in silos. Because for a very long time, most of us has been doing incredible work. But to be fair to us, most of the times we operate as individuals organizations. So this year we decided that instead of working in silos, we need to work together. So January this year, precisely, we started mobilizing across the whole continent. And we have over 170 feminist organizations from the grassroots to the national to the regional. As we are gathered here, several of us have come from different parts of Africa to be here. And so we decided to organize among ourselves. And the first outing we had was in Bonn in June. So in June, we had a task force that were able to develop our messages. It means that we have 7 key messages that we wanted the world to know, that enough of the climate impacts on African continent. And so in Bonn, we had side events and we engaged with the world leaders, including our leaders from the continent, to present our demands to them. We did not stop at that. We had several side events engaging. We came back and we saw that there was a need for us to strategize again while we come to COP27. And coming to COP27, we wanted to come powerfully. And since we came, we have been making a lot of interventions at different levels, presenting our issues. And so here, before we came here, we had a meeting, we had a training with our negotiators in Accra. And we have another feminist movement in Namibia, where we will be able to articulate the issues that we wanted to present at this side event. And so we organize and mobilize that while we come here, there's the need for us to present our demands to the African continent, but also to the world. And so we also decided that for us to do this, we wanted to host this event at our own house, which is the African Union, because there is no better place for us to do it than to host it here. We have invited all of you to join us as we move on through this journey, because we believe that standing in our power as African women and girls, we can change the narratives. Enough of the suffering of the African women, because climate change is impacting on us from the grassroots to the regional level to the global level. But who are the people that are mostly impacted? Are the African women. So we need to change that narrative, and we don't want anybody to change it for us. We are taking this course within ourselves, and this is just the beginning. We are going to continue to mobilize from now, from the grassroots. Come COP28, we are going to stomp COP28 more strongly than we are here, because the voices from the grassroots are going to be at COP27, and we must be heard, and that is the story that we're here. So over to you, my sister, Mishi.
Igwe, can we hear hello? Happy Gender Day. Thank you so much, Priscilla, for really giving us a history of African Feminist Task Force. And I cannot close this subsection without also thanking women and gender constituency, because it was women and gender constituency which really, 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 really dedicate resources, dedicated, open up all the spaces for African women to organize. And as African women, I think I can speak on behalf of all of you that we have honored that invitation, right? Because it's one thing to be given a space, it's another thing to own it, it's another thing to make the most out of it. And I think our sisters from Asia and from Latin America, you have a lot to learn on how African feminists has organized this year. So thank you to Women and Gender Constituency for giving us space to organize and support most of us to come here. So without further ado, Priscilla did mention that we had demands, that demands which have been co-created by and with African women themselves. There is no better person to talk about this demand than our young feminist. So Zainab, kindly come and share with us the top line. We don't want stories and reading. We want you to tell us what are these demands and why do they matter, right? Can we bring Zainab with all the yeah?
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking out time to join us today. Can everybody hear me? Okay. So we, like everyone has said, we did come forward and try to come up with a set of demand, collective demands that we feel are very peculiar to the African continent and that affect women and girls in Africa specifically. And we came up with 27-point demands that focus on 6 core topic and core areas. And the very first one, which I'm sure a lot of us can relate with, whether those in the African continent or beyond, is that we did ask for the inclusion of women and young people in national and UNFCCC decision-making process. It is unfortunate that even at this COP27, we have seen, for instance, the picture that is going around for the World Leaders Day, where there are about 117 leaders and less than 7 or thereabout were women. So these are the kind of happenings that, you know, made us think about such representation, the importance of meaningful, inclusive representation of women and girls of the African descent in decision-making processes of the UNFCCC. And then secondly, we demanded for a just and equitable transition from fossil fuels. We've heard a lot of English, we've heard a lot of narrative around moving, shifting, facing down coal and thereabout. All we are asking for is a just transition, a transition that focuses and takes the human right needs of the people at the center, at the forefront of all decision making and negotiations. And then thirdly, we did demand for the provision of adequate, accessible, affordable, flexible, and human rights-centered finance as a matter of justice and equity. It is one thing to hear all the pledges, 100 million, 100 billion. It is another thing for it to get to the grassroots, to the local communities, to the women and girls in Africa that actually need it. It's another thing for it to be accessible, to get to those people. And so that is why we thought it was important to have adequate, accessible, affordable, human rights-centered finance. We then move on to agriculture and land rights. There is no talking about Africa without touching on agriculture. We want agroecological models that bears the interest of the women and girls. We want a situation where African women and girls are able to own land. They have rights to their lands. Yes, we hear about women and girls being nurturers and having some closeness to the land, but when they do not own land, when their rights are subjugated, when patriarchal values overrides their own fundamental human right, then there's a problem. And then we also talked about sustainable, community-owned, and women-led technological solutions, because we believe that if there is no right approach to technology, to transfer of technology, to innovation, to implementation, to the use of technology in trying to curb our climate emissions or even adapting to it, then the already digital gap or technological gap that exists within the continent is only going to affect the women and girls worse. And then lastly, we thought There is no way that we can have all of these demands done without intersectionality and coherence with broader frameworks for sustainable development. We know that gender issues are cross-cutting. We know that even though we are African women and girls, we also come in our diversities. We know that there are different contexts, different ways in which some of this climate impacts affect each and every one of us, and we then emphasize on the importance of having intersectionality and making sure it's cross-cutting in all our solutions, down from sexual reproductive health and rights to making sure that we can access finance, like I mentioned, and thereabout. And this is just me trying to summarize it quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to ask you something, right? You have heard those stories when they say, African young girl cannot lead. You have heard that, right? Right? So I want you today to tell them you are a liar, right? African girl cannot lead. African women cannot lead. Young girl cannot lead. Young girl cannot lead. All right, I heard they have heard that, right? They are lying because we have seen a testimony of how young girl can articulate technically these demands. But now I'm told the video is ready, and let's see and hear what other African feminists from across the continent are saying. Tech team. I think we should have been ourselves in that room, right? It could have been better, ne?
I belong and
we are
I
giving them
pledge
one.
my allegiance to
Here it
African
is.
Feminist Charter of Principle. One is identity, and two is a claiming back the power.
Muted.
And three is an ideology. And I think the ideology part is critical in my feminism because it's I belong and I pledge my allegiance to African Feminist Charter of Principle. One is identity, and two is a claiming back the power, and three is an ideology. And I think the ideology part is critical in my feminism because it's where now you place the nuance, the history, the theories, and claiming the power that we are not just women. We are women who have defined odds. Feminism to me is the tool and lens through which I see the world.
For African feminists, our work on gender and climate touches on our lives in a very deep and unique way. One true and radical form of feminism that we've seen in Africa is a very ecofeminist approach, a very important ideology that places the well-being of women and the well-being of nature as one. The ecofeminist way was the way of life before colonization. African women, pastoral women, for instance, women who lived in forest, indigenous women, women who lived next to water bodies, they did use these resources, but they didn't do it in an extractive a manner as we're seeing now. And they organized and they made sure that they replenished these resources.
All the government delegates who are going into COP, they ought to understand we are losing hope. And they need to restore that hope, not just for themselves, but to restore hope for the next generation.
I'm currently at the convergence of youth and women, and I think it's really important that we have inclusive spaces that includes girls and women's voices. We are not, all blocked up into just one, gender. We have different lived experiences and intersectional experiences, and that means that it's really important to hear inputs and voices from each of these groups. So really, we want to remove that idea of the burden of hope on young people and really put power back in their hands, bringing them in conversation, actively and intentionally letting them participate in these conversations, learning about the process.
As a young African woman negotiator, the key demands for African and African women mainly is the establishment of a stand-alone financial facility for loss.
Tech team. Tech team. You don't want to see what happens when African women get angry, man. Let me go find out what's happening with the tech.
All right. Seems technology today is not working for African women. But African women is always plan A to plan, and from plan B to plan. All right, you gotta do this, right? So allow me now to welcome, as we hear this word, this is just a testimony that this work has not started here. Because there are people who are imagining that all of a sudden we just get flight ticket and to come here. But this video and all that we have documented, it was a testimony that we are living climate struggles. We are doing the work in everyday life, right? Not just here, but in our communities, but also not just here in our nationals and capitals, and we are engaging and mobilizing and organizing. So allow me now to welcome Faith to speak for 1 minute about African Women's Solution. Okay, I'm told the video is ready, but Faith, kindly be on standby.
The facility for loss and damage, because under the Paris Agreement and the Convention, parties have agreed to avoid, minimize, and address loss and damage. We're talking about people having low yield in the agricultural products, and farmers having to deal with the trauma and the mental health issues. We're talking about economic and non-economic losses. So we need a stand-alone financial facility that will deal with loss and damage on the continent, especially for African women. We look at the whole patriarchal system. You have men actually benefiting from the insurance system, while women are the ones actually working on farms and doing the agricultural work, and sometimes the social cultural norms like women can swim or they can climb trees when we have sea level rise or flooding. So you see, the impacts on men and women are different. So we need to take into account gender vulnerabilities and make sure to mainstream gender in every aspect of loss and damage.
Donc, le problème dans les modèles financiers qui n'intègrent pas les femmes pose beaucoup de problèmes. Parce que on ne peut pas faire des investissements dans un pays où la majorité, c'est des femmes, et les investissements n'arrivent pas au niveau des femmes. Donc c'est un problème de justice sociale. On dit toujours, pour marcher juste, doit marcher sur ses deux pieds. Donc pour le climat, on est tous d'accord que les femmes présentent beaucoup plus de vulnérabilité. Donc parce que les projets sont là pour le court terme, 4 ans, 5 ans. Ils ne font pas des choses structurantes et améliorer la situation des femmes impactées par le climat.
When it comes to funding the feminist movement, our feminist approaches must be appreciated, and our funding should mimic these important approaches. That way will build legitimacy. The communities will trust that the work that they're doing is for their own good.
We need to invest a lot of energy in making sure that our adaptation plans, like they are really designed to transform the position and alter relations of power. Equally, we need to have the same investment and engagement in mitigation to make sure they do the same.
We've seen a lot of organizing that's being done by women in particular. And so the organizing that is done is actually about survival, and the resistance we are also seeing from Africa is also about us finding space in a system that has already been set. It's important for us to think about how emancipation of women would also lead to emancipation of, environment.
Premiumbeat.com.
Thank you. Final tech team delivered. Can we clap for tech team? All right, those are the voices of African feminists, and I think a majority of them are here, right? If you're in that video, can you stand up so that we can clap for you? All right, and me included. Oh, Salimata just get the translation. Can we clap for her? All right, so as I said, today was supposed to be a celebration. of African women in our Africanness, right? And we didn't want to have panels and speeches, rather than we just wanted to have a conversation, but after the conversation for us to interact, enjoy and network, because it's a gender day in African Pavilion. So I would like to welcome Faith to speak for 2-3 minutes on what African women are doing, because we're just coming from Gender Just Climate Solution, and we do know women have solution already, right? We know that. So there is no more excuses that we don't know how gender just climate solution look like, because we have evidence and we just have a lot of publication there. I think we should leave some for African Union and African negotiator, right? So that we can hold them accountable. So Faith, just tell us a little bit of the work that has been done by African women, and then I'll hand it over to my colleague to do interactive session for us to dance, sing, enjoy, and grab some drinks. All right, Faith.
Mishi, I like your energy. I mean, it's at the end of the day, but it feels like the day has just begun for you. Okay, so I'm obviously not going to be able to share everything that we are doing as African women. There's a lot of organizing, like you have already seen. There's a lot of publications that have been developed. There's a lot that has been shared from the day that we all arrived here. And it's really about us being able to take back our power, to be able to position ourselves as individuals that can offer solutions to technical discussions, to everyday issues. So we just wanted to use this opportunity to share about some of the things that have been ongoing. Obviously, we hope that later on when we begin to interact, we will share more about what each of us are doing in our different spaces. But just to say that, like we all know about the African Feminist Task Force, woo! So that's really one great initiative that has been able to bring all of us together, and we can acknowledge that we have all benefited from it. And then the other has been the Africa Feminist Convening. I don't know how many of us were in Ghana. How many of us were in Ghana? Yes. The Africa Feminist Convening was also another one that has contributed towards our organizing. And then there's the Feminist COP as well, that was in Namibia. Woo! To those of you that were in Namibia. And then there was also the Africa Climate Caravan, which happened across 28 countries. I think we are also aware of that. And then there was also there's also been capacity building initiatives. So we have the Africa Women Leadership Institute on Climate Justice, but also the Africa Feminist Climate Justice Academy. And this list is not limited in terms of what we are doing. We hope that we can all be able to share about all these initiatives that we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we welcome all of you African women to connect, to share the work that you are doing, because this is the space to build partnership, right? This is the space to stand in solidarity, but also this is space to amplify the work that we are doing, to amplify our voices, to find funding, to find partnership, to find comradeship. This is the space, and that's why we are here, because COP27 will end in a week. But our struggle continues, right? Our fight continues, our work continues, and we need to strategize on how we take our work forward. So with that, I think we have concluded our talking session. We are in the presence of a lot of sisters, partners who really came to stand in solidarity with us from UNDP, from African government. We have negotiators here. But today is a civil society day, and this is a celebration. So to celebrate, I would like to hand it to my colleague and comrade, Zukiswa, to bring some energy for us to dance, connect, eat, drink, as we end the Gender Day.
Thank you so much. Happy Gender Day, African woman. So firstly, I'd like to start by saying, as someone who was new to the process of the African Feminist Task Force, I was reminded and affirmed that it's really not easy to build movements. It's really not easy to sustain organizing, especially the kind that is envisioned by the African Feminist Task Force, right? Think globally, strategize regionally, and act locally. I think we take it for granted the extent to which there are so many barriers for us to organize and organize in ways that are as strong enough as the kind of systemic barriers we face. So I do want to have all of us in the room give a round of applause to what the African Feminist Task Force has tried to model for us in terms of how we can think through this kind of sustained organizing. So a big round of applause and congratulations to the African Feminist Task Force, who, by the way, have, oh, yeah, can I have some ululating Africans? What's this thing? What is this thing? My mom always jokes and says that our generation of girls won't get married. I mean, not that we care, but she says we don't know how to sing traditional songs at weddings. We don't know how to ululate. We don't know how to cook on 3-foot pots. But hey, we are attending Conference of Parties even in our young age, so that's a benefit. Yes, yes. So anyway, I do want to just quickly, my job is only to do a facilitated sort of like discussion, but those who know me by now, yeah. So I'm going to ask Maria to come again. It is a beautiful celebratory song of African women's and women in general resilience, which basically translates to say that when it comes to women, we don't sleep until we get the job done. And isn't that just so true? So I'm going to do this. Hear me, so we can sing together, okay? So the lyrics say we're going to give her a chance. She leads. She's going to start the first round, right? And it says, excuse my pronunciation, we have millions of languages in this beautiful continent of ours. Wamamam silale, lale lale, wamamam silale, patoma pambano. And then we go. Are you still with me? Are you still with me? We go, after she says the first round alone, we go in really simple. Nasisi hatulale, lale lale, nasisi hatulale, patoma pambano. Right? So it's nasisi hatulale, lale lale, nasisi hatulale, patoma pambano. Nasisi hatulale, lale lale, nasisi hatulale, patoma pambano, ma pambano, ma pambano, patoma pambano, ma pambano. Are we together? We're doing this thing. So she's going to open the song. We just clap as she's doing the first paragraph. After she says, Batema Pambano, we go in. Nasi Siba Tuhale. All right, rise, everybody. Everybody rise. We are celebrating African women on this Gender Day. Maria, let's go.
Yeah, yes. Thank you. Wamamam silale, lale lale, wamamam silale, badoma pambano, si hatulali, lali lali, nasi si hatulali, badoma pamba, wamamam silale, lale lale, wamamam silale, badoma pambano, nasi si hatulali. Lali lali nasisi atulali badoma pambano mapambano mapambano badoma pambano mapambano mapambano badoma pambano mapambano mapambano badoma pamba wamamam silale lale lale wamamam silale bado mapambano, sisi hatulali, lali lali, na sisi hatulali, bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano.
Solidarité avec les femmes du monde entier.
Solidarité avec les femmes du monde entier. Solidarité avec les femmes du monde entier. Solidarité avec les femmes du monde entier.
Solidarité avec les femmes. Wamam sisi lale, lale la. Wamam
bado mapamba, na sisi hatulali, lali lali, na sisi hatulali, bado mapamba, bado mapambano, bado mapamba, mapambano, mapambano, bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano, 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 bado map. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Hey. Yeah, man. Na sisi hatulale, lale la. Na sisi hatulale. Bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. Bado mapambano. Na sisi hatulale, lale la. Na sisi hatulale. Bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. Bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. Bado mapambano, mapambano. Can I get ululations? Ululations. Ria, 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 ria. Woo! Are you feeling the African feminist, African woman, African girl vibes on this Gender Day? I'm saying that, look, it's my first COP ever. And it didn't take me long enough to see how it is civil society, women's organizing that save these 2 weeks from being a complete waste of state resources from our various countries, because truly it is often in these rooms. Am I not supposed to say that? It's the truth, you know. And so I really hope the negotiators in the room, the negotiators that we engage with, are also drawing the kinds of inspiration to be a little bit more courageous and bold in what they demand from their equivalents at the state level, right? Because when we talk about something like loss and damages and a finance facility, we're not asking for money that is not ours. We are just asking them to bring to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, right? It's not a matter about begging and saying, oh, rich, mighty North, please help us, poor, struggling Africans. But more to say, we are poor, struggling Africans because of you, right? When you say we are vulnerable to climate change, what you're not saying is that we've been made vulnerable because of you. But when you put it like, oh, what do we do about frontline communities who are vulnerable? It's almost like there's nothing and no one responsible for that vulnerability. And so when we make some of these demands, these bold, ambitious demands, as African women and feminists, it's precisely because we are contextualizing what they call the climate crisis, which is a result of their extractivism, their looting, and their greedy over hundreds and hundreds of years capitalist principles, white supremacist logic. So we encourage our negotiators in this room and those who might heed this message to say they have a right to be bold. We are standing and fighting, waiting to really be led. We have the solutions. We have shown incredible leadership on this continent, and it's just about time that this leadership be amplified and taken with the seriousness that it deserves. Because as the beautiful Tanzanian song goes, women do not sleep. And indeed, we do fight until we win. Now, mine is to get a little bit of, words of encouragement to all of us, to the negotiators. What's that? What's that? Okay. To bring back into this room the kinds of hopes and visionary imagination demonstrated through the course of this year in organizing towards this moment back into the room, because we are losing hope. In this week 2 of COP27, what are the words that if any of us wants to leave in this room as we look to the last couple of days of COP27? Can I get hands? So, 1, just to bring into the room any messages that you want to bring into this room about, where we are sitting, right? To negotiators, to each other. This is a space to bring any of that in, to reaffirm why it is we have come to this place, why it is we have organized a continent-wide agenda, because that thing is rare. And just anything else that you want to bring into the space as we close off this celebratory African Gender Day, but also recognizing there are challenges and limitations. And so it's 1, Mela, you said, 1, 2, I'm taking 4 hands. 3, 4, awesome.
I'm going to speak in French. Nous, femmes africaines, en venant ici à la COP27, nous aimerons avoir une solution parce que nous sommes très vulnérables au changement climatique. Ces changements climatiques qui nous apportent des problèmes, le manque d'eau, le manque d'électricité, le manque d'infrastructures, ce sont les femmes qui vont chercher l'eau en Afrique. Ce sont les femmes qui vont chercher du bois en Afrique. Ce sont des femmes qui courent quand il y a des inondations. En venant ici à la COP27, nous espérons rentrer avec des solutions durables, n'est-ce pas? N'est-ce pas? Voilà le message que j'avais à donner. Justice climate. Justice climate. Gender climate. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. And I definitely know some of our sisters in the room caught that. I pointed at number 2 already. Who was my number 2?
Bonsoir tout le monde. J'aimerais tant parler l'anglais, mais bon, je ne peux pas parler anglais. Donc, puisque je pourrais m'exprimer en français, j'espère que vous me le permettrez. Donc, je suis très contente d'être là aujourd'hui. C'est pour juste dire que nous avons fait une caravane, une belle initiative en Afrique, dans 27 pays d'Afrique. Donc, cela a été nommé la caravane africaine du climat. On l'a tenue dans 27 pays d'Afrique, qui a été une belle initiative. Et en termes de résultats, on s'est senti dedans. Donc, on a vu sur le terrain des femmes qui ont montré leur engagement dans cette lutte. Des femmes qui se sont levées des femmes qui se sont montrées solidaires entre elles, des femmes qui se sont levées pour dire que il est temps qu'on se donne la main, il est temps qu'on mette fin à ces changements climatiques qui sont en train de changer en fait notre quotidien. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, les femmes sont les plus vulnérables face au changement climatique, ainsi que les jeunes. À travers ce fort plaidoyer qu'on a eu à faire sur le terrain, dans les 27 pays d'Afrique, ça a été des caravanes nationales. Hormis cela, nous avons tenu une caravane continentale qui s'est faite à Dakar. Et aussi, pendant cette caravane continentale, on a eu à rencontrer des autorités à qui on a remis ça, ce qu'on appelle la déclaration de la caravane africaine pour le climat. Donc, the Declaration of the African Caravan for Climate Justice. Donc, cela a été notre déclaration. Et cette déclaration montre tout notre engagement, toute notre passion à apporter notre aide aux communautés les plus vulnérables par rapport au changement climatique. Donc, je vous remercie et je suis très contente de faire partie de cette rencontre.
Merci beaucoup. Number 3, I already took hands. If there's time, I'll come back. Number 3, if you don't want your spot. 4. Okay, we are joined by our host country, a senior official who'd like to say a few words. And I will give you the floor once I give to... Who was number 3?
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Je viens par... Okay. Je voudrais avoir une recommandation à donner aux femmes africaines à cette occasion pour dire que nous devons aussi construire ensemble. One Africa, one voice. One Women Africa, one voice. Parce que dans l'avenir, nous devons construire aussi ensemble. Chacune est en train de poser une action quelque part. Et il faut que ces actions-là soient rassemblées pour que d'une seule femme africaine, nous pouvons parler d'une seule voix. Alors, je voudrais aussi dire quelque chose. Il y a un problème qui nous guette dans plusieurs pays africains. C'est-à-dire la femme n'a pas accès à la terre. Quand on n'a pas accès à la terre, où est-ce qu'on peut faire les plaidoyers? Où est-ce qu'on peut faire l'agriculture? Où est-ce qu'on peut planter, faire tout ce que nous pouvons faire? Où est-ce qu'on peut faire l'autonomisation économique de la femme africaine? C'est ça aussi le plus grand problème qui concerne l'accès à la terre, qui doit être un cheval de bataille pour toutes les femmes africaines. J'ajoute ma voix aux autres femmes du monde, de la communauté internationale qui nous viennent en aide et je les remercie franchement pour l'appui qu'ils sont en train de nous apporter et nous sommes dans ce combat-là pour l'accès de la femme à la terre. Merci beaucoup.
Merci tout le monde.
African women. African women. African women. That continent where the woman plows the soil. She plants the food that we eat. She takes care of the farmland, but then she does not own land. This is COP27, the COP of implementation. And the giants in the African woman have risen to say that we want action. We want our voices heard. We cannot work to protect the environment. But yet when we come to the COP, we don't have leadership represented from Africa. So we are rising up to say that enough is enough. We are here to act. We are not here to listen to promises. We are here to go for what will work and what will work down to the grassroots. African women! African women!
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just 1 minute, we're out of time from the host country.
Hello, I am from Egypt. I am a senator, Egyptian senator. I am a vice president of Women Caucus, and with me, the president of Women Caucus at the Pan African Parliament. So I am talking with all of your voices. I'm very happy to host you all in our land, in your second homeland. Welcome all in Egypt. We are working together. We are supporting the African woman at the parliament, at Egypt, at everywhere, at every piece of Egypt. We are together. We will work together. Actually, in Egypt, we don't have the problem of women owning land. I own my own land. So Egyptian women will support all the African women to start to work again, to have their rights, to empower women. I'm working in many projects in empowering women in Egypt, and I'm inviting all of you to share with me in empowering women project. I am dreaming to have a platform for the African woman, a platform where all African women can sell their products, can sell their clothes, can sell their handmade crafts. So support us, and we will work together to have an African platform for each woman. Each African woman deserves to be strong, deserve to be independent. Let's work together. One Africa, one voice. Thank you.
One Africa, one Africa, one voice. So as I close, I wanted to invite my colleague, but she said no, so I'll do it. There was a similar process also trying to think through this type of organizing and this eco-feminist approach. And a beautiful, organic manifesto of sorts came out from one of the convenings with one of our partners, Femnet. And I would like to read it out to you. It's sort of like a declaration as we close. So a Pan-African Eco-Feminist Manifesto. We are indigenous. We are deeply rooted, and we are eco-feminists. We give ourselves permission to dream, to dismantle power, with hope in our hearts for a different future. We are able to build. Collectively and one with nature, our power shines forth. We want solidarity, and we want power. The cool breeze is who we are. The ones who work towards equitable and sustainable nature practices. We are alive, and we are that which gives life. We are African women working to defend the environment. We cannot keep bleeding for them to become rich. We are who we are. We are feminist power. We are Africa. An Africa that blossoms with hope and oozes sparkles for an eco-feminist Pan-African future. Ecofeminism means women's roots, and women's rights are nature's rights. Fed up with climate change, we are thirsty for climate justice. Our fight is to decolonize. Our struggles, our dreams, they are valid. There is so much hope for the African woman when we all stand together, united. Aluta! 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 And that was the Pan-Africanist Manifesto, developed by a wonderful bunch of feminists over a 3-day process. Happy, happy Gender Day. Happy, happy African Gender Day. Let us continue to stand in our power. African women, standing in our power. African women, Nasisi hatulale, lale, lale, Nasisi hatulale.
coming with me. Come. 3,